Good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Allen, the Ward 6 council member and chair of the council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Wednesday, February 18th, 2026. We're meeting in room 120 of the historic John A. Wilson building over the Zoom virtual, both in the John A. Wilson building and over the Zoom virtual platform. The time is now 9:35 a.m. and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the committee. Today, the committee will be hearing from the government witness portion regarding the District Department of Transportation. DDOT's mission is to deliver a safe, sustainable, and reliable multimodal transportation network for all of our residents and visitors of the District of Columbia. Pursuant to that mission, DDOT designs, constructs, maintains, and repairs alleys, sidewalks, streets, bike lanes, bridges, and tunnels throughout the district. The agency administers the district's automated safety camera program, as well as the bus lane enforcement and freight vehicle camera systems. And DDOT plays a critical role in school safety through its Safe Routes to School and Safe Crossing Guard programs. DDOT has largely exited the role of directly managing public transportation systems with the recent termination of the DC circulator bus system and impending termination of the DC streetcar service. Nevertheless, the agency supports WMATA's Metro Bus and Metro Rail services in several ways, including the Bus Priority Program and by improving connectivity to stops and stations. Beyond managing transportation projects, DDOT is also one of the main agencies involved in public space management, whether it's street closures for a parade or farmers market, or issuing permits for streeteries and block parties. The agency's urban forestry division cultivates the district's urban tree canopy, which beautifies the city while also offering residents and visitors much needed shade. And when the sun goes down, DDOT is responsible for illuminating the district with its streetlight program. Excuse me. In sum, DDOT's functions are far-reaching. And while it's fair to characterize DDOT as the district's transportation agency, the agency also has tremendous influence over the use and allocation of public space in the district, not just for our roadways. With that, I have some comments on the format for today's hearing. As I mentioned in my opening, today is reserved for government witnesses. For people who are familiar with Robert McCluskey and Make Way for Ducklings, that's what I call this hearing, because we are going to hear from the BAC, the MAC, and the PAC. So we're going to start with a panel of representatives from the Bicycle Advisory Council, Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Council, and the Pedestrian Advisory Council. And for anyone familiar with that book, there is actually a connection to the topic that we talk about as the family of ducks have to make their way through the city of Boston. The Bicycle Advisory Council serves as the advisory body to the mayor, the council, and the district agencies on matters pertaining to bicycling in the district and makes recommendations to DDOT's bicycle coordinator regarding the budget and comprehensive bicycle transportation and safety program. The Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Council advises the mayor, council, and district agencies on how to make local transit and public space in the district more accessible to persons with disabilities. And the Pedestrian Advisory Council serves as the advisory body to the mayor, council, and district agencies on matters pertaining to the improvement of pedestrian safety and accessibility. Mr. Pakanam and Ms. Foote, you can take a seat at the table. And then we have Mr. Balu Subramanian, who is going to be joining us virtually. And so if you are able to see the link promoting you to the panelist, please accept that and we'll have you on the panel. And then after that, we will turn to the DDOT director, Sharon Kirschbaum, but we'll focus on the councils first and then move to the DDOT director after that. All right, so it looks like we have everybody here. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to turn it over to, and we'll just go in this order here that we have on the agenda. I've got Ms. Foote, Mr. Pakanam, and then Mr. Balu Subramaniam for the PAC, the BAC, and the MAC. And then I'll turn to some questions after your testimony. And if you'll just turn so the red light comes on, that way we can hear you. And Ms. Foote, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Chairman Allen and other committee members. This testimony is made on behalf of the DC Pedestrian Advisory Council. My name is Heather Foote. Appointed by Councilmember Bonds, I serve as PAC co-chair along with co-chair Paul Harrison, appointed by Chairman Mendelson. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today. The DC Council created the PAC in 2010 with members to be appointed by individual council members. I'll summarize testimony submitted for the hearing record. The PAC conducted its advisory role in 2025 against the backdrop of continuity and change. There was a welcome reduction in traffic fatalities from 2024 to 2025, a 47% decline in fatalities for all road users. But less noted is that the smallest percentage decline in traffic fatalities was for pedestrians. There were 14 pedestrian deaths, a 22% reduction in pedestrian fatalities compared to declines of about 50% for other road users. Pedestrian deaths and serious injuries remain at high levels, a stark reminder of Vision Zero goals unmet. Another notable change, National Guard members were sent to DC in August through the creation of a joint task force with the district, as well as, very importantly, immigrant detention-related directives from the U.S. Department of Justice with new expectations of action by federal agency personnel in DC, some of whom had been operating with MPD in various task forces for years. The variety of these federal personnel with law enforcement authority and DC's unique status, that reality, combined with this new DOJ directive, have created great concern, confusion, and uncertainty in the DC public about what is authorized, what oversight is happening but is unknown to the public, and the nature of the interaction between local police from various agencies and a range of federal personnel with law enforcement authority. One consequence for the PAC has been a new connotation in the public for the words traffic stop. For several years, traffic stops have been an important element in the PAC-supported DC government approach, combining infrastructure improvements, education, and enforcement to reduce speeding and other dangerous driving, with a huge impact on pedestrians. We've supported steps to ensure consequences for disregard of local traffic law. This includes the use of traffic cameras, the OAG's civil suits with out-of-state drivers, and traffic stops when drivers do not yield to pedestrians in crosswalks not located at traffic lights, as law requires. One important PAC goal is continued council oversight of the STEER Act and funding that enables implementation. Another goal is support for traffic cameras and the use of data to identify understanding of the most dangerous roadways and drivers. The PAC exercised its advisory role primarily through dialogue at monthly meetings with invited DC officials. In fall 2024, the Vision Zero director talked with us about the use of traffic data to build a list of top 100 drivers with accumulated unpaid traffic fines in the thousands of dollars and MPD's enforcement steps taken to track down those drivers. PAC also engaged in rigorous Q&A with a DDOT staffer about a pilot to put four-wheeled motorized commercial delivery e-bicycles in protected bike lanes. While the understandable goal is reduce road congestion, members raised many pedestrian safety concerns. Last October, the PAC had detailed questions for DPW's snow commander. Similar to our 2022 session with the top DPW official, we raised pedestrian access problems at curb cuts and intersections during snow incidents. There is no assigned government responsibility for snow removal in these pedestrian infrastructure areas. Also, in both 2022 and 2025 sessions with DPW, we expressed concern about their reliance on resident and commercial goodwill to comply with sidewalk shoveling regulations that frequently go unenforced and untracked by DPW. The PAC continues to appreciate robust participation in our meetings by agency reps from DDOT, MPD, the Office of Planning, and Highway Safety Office. Regular reports on DDOT's sidewalk gap and its Safe Routes to Schools programs are highly informative and reflect commitment to two important pedestrian safety arenas. Another issue discussed and not mentioned already is the serious threat to pedestrian safety from flagrant disregard for roadway rules by food delivery scooters. The year ahead will be one of change, in part due to given upcoming district elections. The following additional actions recommended to DDOT include some from individual PAC members. 1, continue full support for important work through the Sidewalk Gap and Safe Routes to Schools programs, while exploring co-scheduling of other possible safety improvements in adjacent areas. 2, make accelerated improvements, enforcement, and timely notification on pedestrian safety accommodations at construction sites, including DDOT sites. Accelerate the agency's assessment and planning with DPW and the mayor's office on more pedestrian-friendly prioritization of government-provided snow removal when evaluating pedestrian, cyclist, and vehicle driver risks and needs. The PAC will soon send a letter to DPW on the agency's snow removal prioritization through fall 2025, based on our dialogue with DPW leaders in our 2022 and 2025 meetings. 5, clarify if a new DDOT bus shelter contract has been signed that will include DDOT monitoring of compliance with contractor removal of snow from bus shelters, and preferably contractor clearing a wheelchair-wide path from a shelter to the sidewalk. And finally, support continued DDOT collaboration with MPD, DPW, Highway Safety Office, and the OAG to identify, sanction, and remove scofflaw vehicles which disregard traffic laws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Pacanum.
Good morning, Councilman Allen, committee staff. On behalf of the District of Columbia's Bicycle Advisory Council, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony on DDOT's performance. As you know, the Bicycle Advisory Council represents the interests of bicyclists in Washington, D.C., and advises elected and appointed officials on bike-related transportation matters. As such, we regularly interact with DDOT staff and depend on them to inform our efforts. The Bicycle Advisory Council appreciates the earnest efforts of DDOT's bicycle program staff. In general, we have found DDOT staff to be well-informed, professional, and responsive. We have especially appreciated the efforts of Mike Goodnow, Greg Billing, and Chris Berg. These gentlemen, along with other DDOT staff, regularly attend back meetings where they provide us and members of the public with updates on ongoing DDOT projects, including the development of new bike lanes and the maintenance and improvement of existing bike lanes. They also share with us capital bike share metrics and provide us with insight into other DDOT bicycle-related projects. Information provided by DDOT staff has informed our actions on a number of cycling-related matters, including letters and comments to Mayor Bowser, Council, and Director Kirschbaum concerning the removal of protected bike lanes on Arizona Avenue Northwest, DDOT pilot projects, and DDOT strategic bikeways plan. In addition to informing our efforts, the information provided by DDOT staff at our public meetings increases transparency and results in a greater understanding of DDOT's work concerning cycling matters. We would also like to note and express our appreciation for the many others at DDOT who are working diligently on bicycle-related projects and have participated in our meetings, especially DDOT sustainability program staff and DDOT staff working with the lab at DC. Regarding DDOT's performance during the past year, we echo many of the cycling-related comments expressed during January's public testimony, including those made by the Washington Area Bicycle Association and other groups, numerous ANC commissioners, and other members of the public. We join them in applauding DDOT's efforts to complete several projects, including the MBT extension, the Florida Avenue Northeast Protected Bike Lane, the Arizona Avenue Northwest Protected Bike Lane, and other smaller projects that filled gaps in the existing bike network. We also note the record number of trips in the Capital Bike Share system, as well as the expansion and improvement of the bike share stations. Combined, these programs and efforts improve the everyday lives of district residents by reducing traffic and congestion while working to address affordability and access issues. Like others, the Bicycle Advisory Council was also troubled by the removal of a portion of Arizona Avenue Northwest Protected Bike Lane. DDOT's public input process in the particular case felt performative. We hope that in the future, DDOT will give greater weight to public comments and be more transparent in its planning and deliberations. We are also concerned about the amount of bike lanes constructed this year, which was substantially lower than the expected 10 miles of bike lanes per year. We understand that 2025 was a challenging year for district officials, but hope this trend will be quickly reversed through thoughtful and pragmatic actions that further develop the district's bike network. As evidenced by the death of a young man riding an e-bike in Petworth last week, cycling in the district can be dangerous. And we hope that DDOT will continue to work to make cycling in the district safer. With safety in mind, we add our voice to the chorus of others looking for action on a number of long-planned projects, including the Q&R and Taylor Street Northeast bike lane projects, which combined with other projects and actions will increase the connectivity and safety of the district's bike network. We also call on DDOT to reinvigorate its efforts to place more red light and speed light cameras in high-risk transportation corridors. While the numbers of such cameras has increased since 2023, we are not aware of any DDOT plans for further expansion of the program at this time. Reaching our Vision Zero goals will be impossible if our primary tool for curbing reckless driving remains stalled in a backlog of bureaucratic delays. To increase the effectiveness of our efforts and improve DDOT's performance in the coming year, we request that DDOT treat the Bicycle Advisory Council as a resource and as a focus group, including us at the onset of projects and allowing us to provide it with proactive input and advice. We also request that DDOT work to better inform district residents about its bike lane planning and development processes. There are many district residents passionately advocating for neighborhood-specific bike lane projects who would benefit from a greater understanding of DDOT's priorities and practices. Lastly, we request that DDOT work to streamline its website and consolidate its many cycling-related efforts into a single web page. We look forward to the coming year and the completion of the strategic bikeways plan, which we hope will serve as foundation for expanding and improving the district's bike network. In conclusion, we'd like to thank the committee for its ongoing efforts to promote, consider, and oversee transportation matters in our great city. We ask for your continued support in seating back members. The back works best when district residents are fully represented. I'm personally thankful for our members, along with the concerned citizens who attend our meetings. Together, they are working in small but meaningful ways to improve our city. We look to you and your colleagues to help us focus our efforts so that we can best advise you and other district leaders when considering projects and actions that will increase the efficiency and safety of cycling in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last, let me turn online. Mr. Balusubramanian, let me turn to you for the MAC.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Allen, members of the committee. Thank you. I'm Karthik Balasubramanian, Chair of the Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Council, representing people with disabilities in the district. I have macular degeneration. I cannot drive. All of the other MAC members cannot drive. We are in the majority of people with disabilities in the district who do not or cannot operate a car. When DDOT's director makes decisions about how to allocate street space, she is making decisions about whether I and thousands of residents like me can get to where we need to go safely and with dignity. I want her to know that I and we experience every one of those decisions. Before I discuss those decisions, I wanted to speak directly to the so many incredible DDOT employees who strive every day to make the district a better place, who breathe the air here, who deal with the consequences of when safety is an afterthought to throughput, who do not drive to work, who fight the good fight every day, trying to make this city's transportation system more efficient, more fair, more clean, more reliable, and more accessible. We salute you. We applaud you. We thank you for your valiant service in the face of constant undercutting from above. Fatalities dropped from 52 to 25 last year. That happened because of those employees, not because of the director's leadership. What I will describe today are two failures that reveal a director's office that thinks car first and treats pedestrian safety, transit speed, and disability access as concessions to be negotiated against that are against the assumed right of private automobiles to store themselves on public land. First, daylighting. DCMR Title 18, Section 2405 prohibits parking within 40 feet of an intersection on the approach side and 25 feet on the departure side. No signs required. Every intersection. It is the law. The district has approximately 7,000 intersections. The director's office does not know how many comply. The auditor confirmed the agency has no database tracking this. They have never systematically assessed it and are not even trying to. The MAC wrote to Director Kirschbaum. We laid out the law. We laid out the physics. DDOT's own manual requires a 30 by 30 foot clear sight triangle. A parked SUV eliminates that completely. At 25 miles an hour, if a pedestrian is hidden until 50 feet away, that collision is almost inevitable. We cited Hoboken, 0 pedestrian fatalities for 7+ years through universal daylighting. We asked for a plan. The director's office blew us off. They called daylighting one of many treatments within our toolbox, reframing compliance with the existing law as optional. They said they are unable to build a program to address it. They suggested we keep filing 311 requests, one at a time, for 7,000 intersections. This response tells you exactly how seriously the director takes advisory council, the council created to represent disabled residents. When a pedestrian is struck, where the director knew the law, knew the physics, knew the risk, and chose to do nothing, that is not an accident. It is a known hazard left in place. I would encourage the committee to also consider what that means for the district's financial liability the next time someone is killed in an intersection where a parked car blocked the sight line and the director's office never checked its own laws were being followed. The second failure, bus priority. The director's office promised 25 miles of dedicated bus lanes by FY 2025. They delivered 13.3, 53%. In my line of work, That's a failing grade. Only 3 corridors run around the clock. The rest, including flagship, are only peak only. 5.5 hours a day. The other 18.5 hours, these lanes belong to parked cars, despite WMATA running 24-hour service on 14 routes. These are not bus lanes. These are PLT OABs, parking lanes that occasionally allow buses. This pattern is not new. Some of it predates the current director's tenure, but the pattern has only deepened under her leadership. 7th Street downtown, one of the district's busiest north-south bus corridors carrying Chinatown and Penn Quarter, was identified for bus priority years ago. It never happened. The 7th Street had signs and markings, but had no enforcement. Cars used it as a travel lane, and nobody stopped them. The southbound counterpart on 9th Street was also removed completely entirely. Every time bus infrastructure meets resistance, the director's office, this director's office, and her predecessor, they fold. The lanes get proposed, they get watered down, they get erased, always in the direction of giving space back to cars. K Street confirmed the pattern. The community spent years in public engagement. DDOT completed final design, center running bus lanes, and a genuine urban boulevard. Then in April 23, at a budget hearing, not a project meeting, not through public engagement, the director's office gutted the design at the mayor's direction. Bike lanes got ripped out, another car lane was added, and years of community input was reduced to one line on a slide so that more cars could drive through downtown. This is not a design revision. It was a surrender. And since the surrender, the director's office has proposed not a single bus rapid transit corridor anywhere in the district, not a single one. Not in Richmond, even though Richmond, population 230,000, built the Pulse BRT for $65 million. Indianapolis has the Red Line. Albuquerque has the ART. Northern Virginia has adopted 28 BRT routes over 170 miles. Montgomery County is building Flash BRT. The nation's capital has zero BRT in operation, under construction, or even proposed. This is not a money problem. It's a courage problem. It is a leadership problem. The bus is by far the most efficient and accessible way to move people across the district. One bus replicates 40 cars. A bus lane moves more people per hour than a general traffic lane. Every resident can ride a bus, including people with disabilities and people who cannot drive. The director's failure to prioritize bus infrastructure is not neutral. It is a choice about whose mobility matters. Research on the time tax shows that DC transit users face 2 to 3 times longer travel times than drivers for the same trip, 3.5 times for Ward 8, disproportionately affecting Black, low-income, and disabled individuals and residents across the district. The director's office measures vehicle delay to the second, but has never measured the time extracted from people who have no alternative to the bus. That tells you whose time counts. The root of this problem is ultimately the ultimate culture of DDOT. The director lives in DC. She's not an outsider, but the decisions coming out of her office consistently reflect the worldview of someone who experiences a city from behind a steering wheel. When you drive, BRT and bus lanes look like losing road space. Daylighting looks like it's losing parking. It's not about safety. When you ride the bus or you're in a wheelchair, those same things look like survival. And the director's instincts are reinforced by a calcified layer from below. 27% of DDOT employees commute from out of state in their single occupancy vehicles. They drive onto our streets every day. And these are the people who are making our decisions. What we ask, first, require the district and the director to audit all 7,000 intersections against Section 2405 and present a compliance plan with annual benchmarks within 180 days for daylighting. Second, direct the director's office to formally begin planning for at least 2 corridors for BRT, starting with 7th Street, the busiest bus corridor in the region, and Union Station to RFK. K Street's gutting is not a reason to stop. It's a reason to try again, this time in the open. Third, annual ward level reporting on daylighting compliance and 24/7 bus miles. What gets measured gets managed. We're asking the director to follow her own laws, keep her own promises, and build what far smaller cities have already built. Thank you so much, Chairman Allen.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks to all three of you for your testimony, as well as for your fellow members on your bodies as well. Let me try to jump into a few questions. I might just kind of follow the order that everyone testified into. So Ms. Foote, I'm going to start with you. I appreciate your testimony, and we'll get more into it with the director, of course, that we did see a significant reduction in traffic fatalities last year, about 50%. That's good news. Within that, though, there was only a 22% reduction in pedestrian fatalities. So one of the things we're trying to look at as well is to understand where are we seeing the most progress, with what mode are we seeing the most progress, recognizing, of course, all of us share the exact same goal, which is zero. So one of the questions I was going to ask you, if the PAC has taken a look at this, do you feel that you're seeing less of a reduction in pedestrian fatalities and injuries compared to other roadway and public space users? Is there anything you take away from that data point that we're seeing less of a reduction? Again, we're both going to agree a reduction is good, but we want to see more. Is there any data point that the PAC has taken away from that around either inherent greater vulnerability of a pedestrian or something about design interventions not being focused enough on the pedestrian experience?
We haven't discussed that as a PAC, and we only meet once a month. So what I would say is that there's a strong view going back to a 2021 letter that we sent to city leaders that the approach in transportation equity is very oriented towards car-centric issues. And that's an ongoing problem, including in snowstorms. It is very difficult to track year to year the nature of the fatalities, in part because the MPD investigation process takes a long time before it goes to the courts. And you had, in testimony we presented last year, one of your constituents who was killed. And there were 3 Latinas killed in the fall of 2025. No media coverage. Rachel Weintraub, I don't know if she's still with the Post, but there's a lot of invisibility as the investigation proceeds. There's no question that pedestrians are far more vulnerable in general to others, given their weight and given the weight of vehicles going through the city. And the other factor is that it's very challenging for MPD to look at the different responsibilities it has. And that's why we've raised up this year and in last year's testimony the role of the MPD traffic unit, which goes after people driving who do not follow laws. That's a general answer to a very specific question, and I'll take your question back to the PAC members.
Yeah, no, I very much appreciate that. I think back to examples that kind of illustrate all of that, right? Last year, we had a young girl who was struck in the crosswalk, just walking from school to the library. She survived, but had a broken foot, and MPD, responded to the scene and just issued a small ticket, and he went on his way. Turns out this driver had tens of thousands of dollars worth of unpaid speeding violations. I was pretty fired up about it, so I fired off a tweet. Well, then we had media that paid attention to what I tweet about, apparently. So then Rachel Weiner, an absolute loss for local reporting with the decision about that post, then wrote a great story, tracked down who the driver was. MPD then actually began an investigation and ended up that person was charged with a higher crime of striking this person. Then the Attorney General looked at it and turned out that person was eligible for the STEER Act. Then we worked with DDOT. They actually went and redesigned the intersection to make it safer, improving the bike lane and adding in a crosswalk, and it's inherently a safer intersection today. I'm not sure any of that would have happened if I had not tweeted about it, because it didn't get the attention a girl getting struck in a crosswalk. The steps afterwards, I would argue, were the steps I wanted to see take place. Accountability for that driver. DDOT was very responsive to me, worked hard to redesign the intersection, move fairly quickly, and all things considered, to actually redesign that intersection and make it safer. I walked through it last night, actually, and my 9-year-old, as we crossed the crosswalk, said to me, this intersection's a lot safer today. This is where that girl got struck, right? So we can take the steps afterwards, but I agree with you, like, the attention isn't happening on the front end. And I'm not going to be able to tweet about every single thing out there to draw the attention to it. So I would love to get the PAC's feedback on just different ways, again, of how we help elevate those things so that we're able to take the actions. And again, I will emphasize the actions that came after were the right ones I wanted to see take place. And so I appreciate the partnership with all the different agencies to get that done, but I'm not convinced it would have happened if I hadn't spoken up about it. Let me ask also your thoughts. I know, Ms. Foote, you pay attention to the public hearing. We had a good number of our sidewalk safety advocates focusing on pedestrian issues talk about how we could do a better job of tracking and understanding injuries that take place and injury kind of categorization. So, for example, when there's a roadway injury now, we have a pretty significant system that gets built out where there, as part of our Vision Zero laws, where there's an investigation done, there's a dashboard that holds a lot of the information, there's a report that is printed so people can take a look at it. It then can lead to concrete recommendations about how to make changes to it, et cetera. We don't do the same thing for pedestrians, though, injured on a sidewalk. And one of the recommendations they had was to help improve pedestrians' experience on sidewalks and sidewalk safety was to have DDOT collect more pedestrian injury data. That could be through a 311 report or even through injury data that could come in from healthcare providers. Is this something the PAC has taken a look at, or any thoughts you want to share, kind of following up on some of the testimony we heard from advocates during the public portion of the hearing?
Let me just add a recommendation at the very end of our submitted testimony: support nonprofit citywide calls to accelerate sidewalk repair, which complements extensive prior PAC work to address and support DDOT temporary and permanent sidewalk repair. One of the issues that we raised soon after the advent of scooters is that there is no way to report a scooter racing along a sidewalk beside whether it's a person using a wheelchair or a pedestrian, because you need to have the scooter information. And given their speed, you can't get that. So sometimes I have the data of data schmata. It all depends on what data you can collect. The PAC has very much appreciated the steps that this committee took to develop legislation, the STEER Act. And so we have focused quite heavily on speed, failure to respect traffic laws, and so forth. And so with only 11 meetings a year, we have to allocate our resources and our work very carefully. And I think similarly, there are a wide swath of pedestrian issues, including little things that are important, such as it seems perfectly okay to leave all these trash cans on the sidewalks. They're not left in the street, they're on the sidewalks. And so of the range of pedestrian issues, it's challenging, I think, also for DDOT's budget to know where you, how you do your allocation. So I will take your question back to the PAC, and I think the PAC is going to continue to face a plethora of pedestrian safety issues and the question of still a largely car-centric approach in planning from the mayor's office.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. You know, I when we think about sidewalks, and this will be kind of my transition to the back, I think back to a number of years ago when we were first putting in bike lanes, bike infrastructure. And one of the things that would happen is we have a lot of machines built for street sweeping and cleaning streets, but we didn't do anything to clean the bike lanes at the time. So your bike lanes would be completely filled with garbage, leaves, dirt that would accumulate, make it harder and harder to bike. Eventually, enough creativity and will happened, and all of a sudden, DPW actually now has smaller vehicles that can actually fit the bike lane, and we can do street sweeping and cleaning. Are we perfect? Of course not, but there was enough creativity and will that all of a sudden we figured out how to help solve that problem. I think sidewalks could be similar in that the answers we get sometimes are, well, but the machines are too big to focus on the sidewalks, or we haven't built that out in a way to focus on the sidewalk in the same way as I will the pothole. I just don't think we've brought enough creativity and will to the issue. And that's something I want to keep pushing for.
Or actors, I would say there are other actors such as the bids, which could look at curb cuts and intersections.
That's
and
something we talked with the director about in a little bit, is around how we take advantage of those more innovative and creative kind of partnerships and kind of reimbursable approaches. So let me transition to the back a little bit. I also wanted to kind of ask you about when we think related to the snow response. One of the things that I've certainly heard back, I mean, the snow is now several weeks old, yet I will still see a lot of bike lanes that are blocked by snow and ice and impassable at this point. And want to get your thoughts on, I can do two things at one time. I can both acknowledge that this storm was challenging from the standpoint of the heavy ice that came down afterwards. And at the same time, I can say, yeah, but our prioritization is around cars and around commuters, not our neighborhoods and not being able to move around. And multiple weeks after the storm, we still have a lot of our bike infrastructure that's useless. Pennsylvania Avenue, one of our major lines in the southeast section on Capitol Hill. I've got huge ice and snow banks still in the bike lanes that render it, can't really use it. How has the back had conversations or assessing the response to snow events? Again, I'm going to wager we can do two things at once. You can both recognize there are unique factors of a storm that do make it more challenging than others. And yet also, we do have an expectation that weeks and weeks after the snowstorm, we should be able to have bike lanes that are clear.
Thank you for the question, council member. Yes, we have taken up the issue. Actually, in November during our meeting, we sent a letter to DPW reminding them of the fall leaf removal and how that can be an obstacle for cycling in the city. And we also alluded to potential snow. I don't think any of us expected how much snow we got this year. And as you pointed out, we can do both things, recognize that this is sort of a once in a long time type of storm where there was significant snow buildup and, is impeding bike lanes. We're trying to be patient. Our next meeting is in March. So I think we'll be following up with lessons learned and experiences from riders during this recent time and provide that information to DPW. So we are assessing and will be assessing, the passability of bike lanes and what can be done and maybe prioritization perhaps on certain corridors, knowing that DPW can't be everywhere all the time. So that's we have been addressing it, and I suspect that we will be addressing it again in March.
Okay, excellent. Thanks. Similar to what I asked Ms. Foote about like injury data collection. Any thoughts you have on the assessment of how we collect injury data for cyclists? What parts are we collecting that are helping inform interventions and decisions we can make to make safer routes across our city, or gaps in our information collection and assessment of injuries or crashes that take place?
So I'll begin answering that question. I would argue that the DC bike network is pretty successful. We see a lot of cyclists in there. We see a lot of shared devices in the bike lanes, motorbikes, scooters, whatnot. They're used not just by traditional cyclists. They're being used quite extensively. And as a consequence of that success, I think there is the potential, and my sense is that there are probably the potential for accidents to occur or underreported accidents. And one of the things that we've been talking about is how to address the congestion and safety of our bike infrastructure. And a lot of folks have been advocating for that to be data-driven. And we have this dichotomy where we want to collect data, to your point, and use that information, but also collecting data takes time, and we have to collect the right data, and we want to take action or potentially take action sooner rather than later. So I think that we should consider ways to advise DDOT and yourself about missing information and data gaps. So I think that I will take that back to the PAC just as the back just as Heather's taking that to the PAC and try to come back with some recommendations and thoughts for you and the department.
Okay, that'd be helpful. And then has the BAC been specifically consulted and included throughout the strategic bike plan meetings and effort? Have you felt like the BAC has been a point of direct consultation and engagement for these different ward level meetings that are happening in the community?
We've been involved, yes. As I said in my testimony, I'd like us to be a little more proactive and be sort of the first stop for DDOT when they're thinking about focus groups related to bicycling related matters. So we have been involved. We have provided input, but it's always feeling like we're chasing DDOT a little bit and reacting to their actions where we'd like to help them advise, some of their meetings, their locations, the way they present their information. We'd like to be involved a little more on the front end and be sort of a in-house focus group, so to speak.
It's almost literally what the BAC is supposed to be. So yeah.
Well, and we're working to that. We reached out to the bicycle program staff at the
Yeah.
end of last year to sort of encourage more cooperation and proactive engagement.
We'll definitely hope the agency is paying attention and notes. That is exactly what our BAC, our PAC, our MAC are supposed to be, those proactive engagements, not just a reactive space. So I would like to see greater proactive engagement on that to take advantage of the work that you guys do.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. And just I also greatly appreciate the advocacy from the BAC on both, as you said, the bike network that we have and the successes that it builds out, but also it is still incomplete, especially when I think about east-west connections. We have a lot of work that still has to be done. And I'm really grateful that the BAC continues to push and voice that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Balu-Subramanian, appreciated your testimony on the issue of daylighting at intersections you talked about. Is the request just to say, hey, DDOT, just follow the existing law? That's kind of what I'm hearing out of it, but did I hear that correct?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And we pointed out problems. And so we have filed 311 requests. We tracked one specific example. 2 years and it's still not done, where there's signs in the wrong place. Signs in the wrong place basically allow drivers to think that they're following the law and break the law at the same time. That is unconscionable. This is such an easy fix. Just move the sign and be compliant. We don't know how many intersections actually have non-compliant signs. We just need a survey to do that. And then also we need something more reactive. As I mentioned, there's one example that is actually still not done 2 years in. So this is something that we definitely need to do. And then the second is actually think about even where there are signs, signs are being ignored. We have a toolkit called hardened daylighting infrastructure, whether we put planners or scooter corrals that achieves two things at the same time, getting scooters off the sidewalk and also making sure that people don't park right up against the intersection. These are like very easy things that can and should be done that other cities have done and done very successfully.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, there are times when I do feel a natural tension that exists where I want DDOT to evaluate every single intersection like this tomorrow. And I also recognize that's thousands of intersections and there's only so much bandwidth and capacity. And so how do we work with an agency to be able to prioritize the work as much as I want it all to be done tomorrow as well? But from an oversight perspective, our job is to push and drive and help hold accountable while also working with an agency where we understand there are going to be constraints in capacity and bandwidth. So I will make sure when the director comes up in a little bit, we'll certainly go through that and explore that more. The other thing I really appreciate your testimony about our bus priority lanes and the ability to move these forward. Like any public space, it is a wrestle of trade-offs and multiple stakeholders. It frustrates me as well how long it takes to get to a project. And then it frustrates me even more after all that hard work was done, that frankly, political and social capital that gets spent to get to a decision, and then it doesn't end up moving forward in a way that could really benefit You mentioned, for example, Union Station to an RFK Stadium, and my Ward 7 colleague, Councilor Felder, just joined us as well, so I'm sure he'll ask some questions about this throughout the day as well. We put money in the budget last year, so the current fiscal year, to help DDOT really explore what's possible there. So as we phase out a streetcar in about a month, there's nothing that's going to be set up to replace that for right now. And with not just a stadium, but the potential for 6,000 new homes, 10,000 new residents, maybe a lot of activity at the RFK redevelopment site, a connection to Union Station is crucial. And with the streetcar moving away, it also provides an opportunity to reimagine H Street and Benning Road in a way that can really move people and create greater connections. I think it does pose, I'm not going to say that there aren't the trade-offs and the political capital that has to get spent to reimagine something in a big, bold way. I'm pretty excited about it. I think there's a way to really reimagine that space that delivers for the neighborhood, delivers for the community, delivers for the local businesses, delivers for residents, and moves people more quickly, both on H, which has not quite as much curb to curb width as Benning does, but really could come up with something, I think, transformative that really connects Ward 6 and 7 and really connects these spaces to Union Station. So I just want to make sure I recognize that. I hear your comment. We put money in the budget because we want to see DDOT be bold and innovative with this idea. I think it can accomplish it, but we need to push and drive to actually make that happen and not be afraid of some big ideas. Yeah, so I appreciate it. I do want to note, as I said, Councilmember Wendell Felder, who's our Ward 7 council member, has joined us. Councilmember, we've been going through first the Pedestrian Advisory Council, the Bicycle Advisory Council, and the Multimodal Advisory Council. And so that's what we have. We're going to turn to the DDOT director in a moment. But if you have a round of questions for the PAC, the MAC, the LAC, the RAC, all the ducklings, let me know.
Well, first and foremost, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for acknowledging me. No questions. I've been tuning in, and most of my questions were already asked by you. So I appreciate you all being here this morning and the work you do.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Felder. Last question for all of you, just real briefly, any notable examples of DDOT's collaboration with your respective councils in this past fiscal year that you wanted to highlight? Again, I appreciate the nature of a hearing. You're telling us what we need to do better, what's not working right. Just want to ask if there's any kind of collaborations or examples that you want to highlight of some successes with DDOT and the councils in the last year.
I'll start with our bus priority team.
Okay.
They do fantastic work. They've engaged with us. They're going to engage with us more. We want to salute them. We want to salute, just like we salute all of the folks, the good folks at DDOT that are fighting the good fight, but especially the bus priority team. We really appreciate their work.
Thank you very much. Ms. Foote?
In testimony, we flag the work by the DDOT representatives to the Pedestrian Advisory Council, in particular, Karen McAllister, who handles the Sidewalk Gap program, George Branyan for the Safe Routes to Schools program, and we've also had quite a bit of interaction with Christine Major on road re-engineering. So those have been, along with other things indicated in the testimony, some productive and welcome interactions.
That's great. Mr. McConnell?
Yes, I'd just like to highlight DDOT's involvement on the pilot projects because we think those are pretty exciting. A city needs to experiment to solve its problems, so we look forward to participating in the DDOT pilot project development process as it occurs over the next several months regarding delivery on e-bikes for food, the quad cycles that was mentioned, the micro hub delivery project, and a couple other projects. One of them out of the lab where DDOT is trying, or the lab is trying to sort of address cycling related issues from the behavioral aspect, not just engineering aspects, but also what can we do to get people to move over to the right? Much like we do on the escalators, stand on the right, walk on the left. Bike lanes, you need to move over for faster traffic and be more aware of what's going on. So there's a couple initiatives there that I think we are highlighting.
And remind folks just a simple little on your left.
Yes, exactly.
Helps out as well.
Thank you.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you all very much again for your continued work and look forward to continuing the year ahead. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to call up our DDOT director. I forgot, though, to give my colleague a chance for an opening statement. So, Director Kirschbaum, I'll have you come up and join us. I'm going to turn to my colleague for any opening statement he wanted to provide, and then Director will turn to you for your testimony. Mr. Felder?
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for hosting this morning's Performance Oversight Hearing on the District Department of Transportation. Director Kirschbaum, it's always a pleasure seeing you, and I appreciate you for taking the time to join us this morning and for all the work that your agency has done thus far to improve transportation across our city. When you think about it, DDOT's work touched nearly every part of our daily lives, whether we're commuting to work, dropping our kids off at school, picking up groceries, or visiting friends and loved ones. We all depend on safe, reliable roads and efficient transportation options. When you look at bus lanes, bike lanes, or even sidewalks, these are not just infrastructure projects. They are how people move around and stay connected across the city. That reality becomes even more clearer in places like Ward 7, because Ward 7 is not centrally located. Many of my constituents normally face longer commute times to work or school. And for many communities east of the Anacostia River, those transportation challenges are compounded by gaps due to the lack of neighborhood serving amenities. Grocery stores, for example, are few far in between, and as a result, many families have no choice but to get in a ride or rely on the bus simply to access basic essentials. In other words, transportation is not just about mobility, it's about access and opportunity. With that in mind, we also think more proactively about the future, particularly as we consider the redevelopment of RFK. A project of that scale will inevitably reshape traffic patterns and transportation needs across the surrounding neighborhoods. Beyond new development, there are ongoing issues that residents continue to raise about public transit infrastructure. They point to limited access transportation options, especially for seniors, as well as unsafe conditions for pedestrian and cyclists. These are not just abstract policy debates, they are everyday challenges that directly affect people's safety, independence, and overall quality of life. And of course, our recent experience in the January snowstorm and the snowstorm removal response brought these concerns into even sharper focus. That moment raised important questions about the level of DDOT's preparedness, coordination, and equity in how services are delivered across the district. Taken together, these issues underscore why today's conversation is so important. I look forward to hearing from the DDOT director about how we can work collaboratively to address these concerns and strengthen our transportation network. Everyday residents, no matter their ward, deserve safe, reliable, and accessible transportation um, options. That is not the standard we should be, or rather, that is the standard that we should be striving for, and the shared responsibility we have. And with that, Mr. Chairman, turn back over to you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Felder. Appreciate that. Agree with all your comments, and also appreciate the pacing of your comments, which allowed us to solve a quick technical problem so that the laptop was all plugged in and charged. So you're not a rookie anymore. Good job, and thank you for helping make that happen. All right, to Director Kirschbaum, we're going to swear you in first. If there's anybody from your team you want to add in, please feel free. Then I'll have you do your testimony, and then we'll turn to questions after that. So if you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Fantastic. Thank you. Good morning, and let me turn it over to you.
Good morning, Committee Chair Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. I'm Sharon Kirschbaum. I am the Director of the District Department of Transportation, commonly referred to as DDOT. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser at today's hearing on DDOT's fiscal year 2025 performance. Today, I would like to highlight our agency's priorities and the incredible work that moved DDOT toward meeting these goals in FY25, including safety, engagement, enjoyable spaces, mobility, and management and operations. Safety has always continues to be DDOT's priority as we deliver infrastructure projects. One way we prioritize safety is by deploying proactive safety interventions on the corridors and intersections with the highest injuries and fatalities. Currently, 5% of our total roadway mileage represents 50% of our injuries and fatal crashes. These roadways constitute our high injury network, or HIN, and we are ensuring these locations receive necessary safety improvements that will reduce crashes and save lives. More than 80% of roadways in the HIN have a project that is active, completed, or funded. In FY25, we unveiled the newly transformed Mamie Peanut Johnson Plaza at the intersection of two HIN corridors, Florida Avenue and New York Avenue Northeast. The completion of this $41 million infrastructure project marked a major milestone in the Bowser administration's work to create safer, more accessible, and better connected corridors across all 8 wards. Located at one of the district's busiest intersections, the newly reconfigured plaza connects the Eckington, Noma, Union Market, and Shaw communities and introduces simplified traffic patterns, protected bicycle infrastructure, expanded pedestrian access, and 3 thoughtfully designed public park spaces. In locations where we have completed corridor projects, preliminary data show that we have seen between a 25% to 75% reduction in injury crashes. Together, these data points demonstrate that as we focus our efforts on the HIN, we continue to make meaningful progress toward our safety goals. Additional information about the district's high injury network and other proactive safety projects is publicly available at visionzero.dc.gov under the high injury network subcategory. We continue to ensure that all residents in the district know about the incredible work our agency does to increase safety and deliver important projects across all 8 wards. During fiscal year 25, DDOT leveraged our comprehensive public engagement plan to make sure everyone can participate and provide feedback. This plan focuses on building uniformity and equity in our engagement and notification processes based on project scope, size, and complexity. It also guides our agency teams on developing comprehensive outreach plans that focus not only on our ANCs, but also other key stakeholder groups and community institutions, including schools, recreation centers, houses of worship, senior centers, and other resources. In fiscal year 25, the DDOT call center answered over 63,000 calls, and our customer service clearinghouse received and responded to 3,700 written requests for assistance via our website and direct agency correspondence. DDOT's Community Engagement Division attended 358 meetings, and the agency hosted 22 public meetings. Residents can review DDOT plans, services, and programs on our public-facing website, ddot.dc.gov. Additionally, projects.ddot.dc.gov provides consolidated and centralized information about our many projects to improve transparency and increase overall public awareness of our agency's work. In 2025, DDOT laid important groundwork for creating new and exciting, enjoyable spaces. Our Streetery program, allowing restaurants to expand their dining into public space, was finalized and opened applications for permanent structures. We also broke ground on the Connecticut Avenue streetscape and DuPont deckover. As part of this project, DDOT has designed a plaza over the Connecticut Avenue underpass to create a new multi-use public space between DuPont Circle and Q Street Northwest. The new public space will allow visitors to enjoy everyday activities like eating lunch, reading a book, or playing with their kids. The deckover space can also be used for special events such as farmers market, outdoor movies, music, plays, and cultural events. The plaza will continue to allow vehicles on Connecticut Avenue Northwest under the circle and connect the east and west sides of Connecticut Avenue Northwest through a pedestrian-only crossing. We also continue to move forward on future projects that will create new and dynamic public spaces for residents to enjoy, including redesigning Gallery Place, Chinatown, and the area around Capital One Arena, the 11th Street Bridge Park, and the RFK Stadium campus development. We are supporting plan reviews and usage of public space, working with the project teams on opportunities to potentially pedestrianize spaces, and reviewing utility and future transit options for these sites. DDOT has developed a strategic approach to sidewalk gap construction, allowing us to improve safety, mobility, and access across the district. Our methodology prioritizes sidewalk gaps based on safety and equity data, as well as proximity to schools, parks, trails, recreation centers, and transit. We recently completed a citywide inventory of all sidewalk gaps within DDOT public right-of-way and have assigned a score to each sidewalk gap based on our methodology. In FY25, we completed projects that closed 35 segments of sidewalk gaps across the district, including 22nd Street Northeast next to Anacostia Park, 35th Street Northwest approaching the University of the District of Columbia campus, and Frankfurt Street Southeast near Fort Circle Park. This year, we will complete over 80 sidewalk construction projects to continue closing gaps in the sidewalk network. Residents can visit the Sidewalk Gap Program website at sidewalkgap.ddot.dc.gov to view our sidewalk gap dashboard, sidewalk gap scores, and construction schedule. Our multimodal transportation network is a dynamic, complex, and essential part of the daily lives of district residents and visitors. In 2025, we continue to improve these networks and get public feedback on how to best move residents and visitors around DC. In 2025, we also refined our bus priority network plan to account for both WMATA's recently updated Better Bus Network and data about the performance of our existing bus priority lanes. We are excited about optimizing and expanding these opportunities that our bus priority network can make possible. Throughout last year, DDOT hosted in-person ward meetings and pop-up events across all 8 wards. You hear directly from district residents about the existing bikeways network and gather ideas for future improvements. In total, we received 1,800 comments through our online map and additional 1,200 comments during our in-person workshops. Our team is now reviewing all the feedback and using it to help identify and prioritize projects. This work will inform a preliminary long-range strategic bikeways network and a draft 5-year work plan for future bikeways enhancements. Once these draft plans are ready, we will share them with the public through district-wide open houses offered both in person and virtually. One way we can improve the way that many residents and visitors engage with DDOT is by simplifying how the curbside is regulated. Last year, we pivoted to a coinless payment system, saving our agency money and streamlining how people pay for metered parking. We introduced upgraded, easy-to-read signage to clarify parking rules and encourage the use of mobile payment. Additionally, we launched the Greater U Street Performance Parking Zone, whose pricing model focuses on optimizing curb space, discouraging single occupancy vehicle trips, and promoting sustainable transportation modes such as public transit, cycling, and walking, while also reducing traffic congestion and emissions. A new feature of the zone is permit or pay system in select residential parking blocks, one of the agency's latest tools for managing parking in high-demand neighborhoods like U Street. The system strikes a balance between residents' and visitors' needs by designating specific blocks where non-residents can park for a fee, while residents and their guests continue to park via residential or visitor parking permits. Permits are one way the public engages with our agency, and we want to ensure that that experience is customer-friendly and accessible. We're exploring incremental improvements today, while larger system upgrades occur in the future. We are also improving our partnerships with utility providers to make sure that conflicts are avoided and that information is more readily available to those seeking permits. We're also educating our partners about the option to have corporate accounts for better continuity of service. Additionally, the Public Space Committee's website was updated to make it more accessible to residents. It can be found at pschearing.dc.gov. We also launched the DDOT at Home program, which represents DDOT's commitment to making the public space permitting process easier, faster, and more accessible for homeowners across the district. By focusing on common residential improvements, such as lead walks, fences, and stoop paving, this initiative simplifies the path for residents to make necessary updates while ensuring public space standards are met. Homeowners benefit from quicker reviews, clearer guidance, and a process that eliminates the need for professionally stamped drawings for eligible projects, reducing time and cost burdens for simple upgrades. This program is sometimes the first and only time a resident may engage with our permitting system, so making sure it works smoothly and efficiently is a priority. In fiscal year 25, DDOT focused on improving project evaluations and released 4 before and after studies on major projects. For all of them, roadway crashes decreased between 32% and 63%, and of those, bicycle and pedestrian crashes decreased even more. Improvements for cyclists and bus riders were stark, without increasing, and in many cases actually decreasing, peak vehicle travel times. Overall, these projects made our streets measurably and significantly safer and more enjoyable for our DC residents and visitors. We will continue releasing before and after studies. We've already published 3 more on our website in fiscal year 26 so far. On 16th Street Northwest, our data shows that roadway crashes went down by 35% and injuries decreased by 23%. Bus speeds increased by 24% when the bus lanes are active, and peak vehicle travel times reduced by 82 seconds. On Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast, our data shows that roadway crashes went down by 32%, pedestrian crashes went down by 100%, and bicycle traffic increased 340%. On 21st Street Northwest, our data shows that roadway crashes went down by 63%, bicycle and pedestrian crashes went down by 100%, and bicycle traffic increased over 380% along the corridor. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the important work of DDOT, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Director. All right. I'm going to jump in. We're going to talk snow first, and then we'll get into a lot more of the annual agency performance. I think just since it's timely, there is still some snow and ice on the ground, but warmer temperatures are helping. Residents still do feel frustrated with the overall district response. And as you heard maybe in my comments with the previous panel, I think we can hold 2 things to be true at the same time. That one, this was a very difficult storm with the snow followed by several inches of sleet that was very challenging from an ice perspective, and our ability to get to the trash and recycling pickups and collections left a lot of folks frustrated. I will say one of the parts that gave me a lot of frustration was what I think is around the prioritization and the overall strategy to clear roadways at the expense of safer intersections and crosswalks. And it was a frustration I heard just repeated over and over and over again from our neighbors. I wanted to kind of get a little bit into and give you a chance to talk about, first, to help clarify, most people just want a safe way to move around. We, of course, have different agencies responsible for different things. So can you help clarify what are DDOT's responsibilities during a major storm like that? Because some of this falls on DPW and their response and actions. Obviously, you're working with different agencies, but to just kind of level set first, what are DDOT's responsibilities during a major winter storm like this?
And thanks for asking. I know it's probably a little opaque, and in some ways, we do consider ourselves a joined snow team with DPW, and so we work very much in tandem. But to be clear about differentiating, DDOT is responsible for clearing all of our National Highway Service, so it's really our principal arterials. We are responsible for about 40% of the other roadways. So we divide the district up into 14 zones, and we have zones, we have 6 of those 14 zones, and DPW clears the balance. Then DDOT is also responsible for clearing bus shelters, and we are responsible for clearing bike lanes. DPW then does the balance of the neighborhood clearing and pedestrian bridges and sidewalks on bridges.
Okay, thank you. From a coordination standpoint, HCEMA is one of our lead agencies that helps coordinate in a time of emergency response. Was the Joint Information Center activated by HCEMA?
Yes, and HCEMA also, we have regular snow calls that cut across the entire district. Obviously, DGS has a key role in terms of clearing all of the snow from facilities, and then DCPS and OSSI, these are meetings that HCEMA facilitates on a regular basis during storms to help the mayor make decisions about closures and strategy.
Okay. And does DDOT have a physical presence in the JIC, the Joint Information Center?
We have staff that do stay in the JIC when it's activated, whether it's virtual or in person.
All right. And then from a external communication standpoint, are the communications going out to residents coming from HCEMA and the JIC, or is that coming from somewhere else to help coordinate different agency external communications?
The JIC does have the lead on communications during the snowstorm, but again, it is staffed by all of the agencies that touch snow.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about one of the frustrations I certainly saw in the first few days as we reopened, the bus stops, bus shelters were a challenge. And again, if you're the bus rider, I don't care which agency has the responsibility. I just want to be able to get to my bus and be able to get on without climbing over a 3-foot iceberg to get on there. And I think we all saw people were stranded in the streets waiting for a bus because of the way in which the plows had that snow and ice basically mound up kind of 3 feet of ice in front of the bus shelters. Can you talk about how I mean, we have thousands of bus stops across the district. How does the department, since you said that it's the responsibility to clear those bus shelters, how does the department tackle that approach?
So we have about 750 bus shelters, and I would say that
Bus stops or just bus shelters?
so we
That's just the shelter. right?
traditionally only cleared bus shelters for
Okay.
this storm because it took so long for the snow to actually go anywhere. We ended up also clearing 2,500 bus stops. So was a new responsibility that we took on for this snowstorm. And I'll say one thing that was challenging was that many of the bus shelters were cleared very early, but as the plowing continued, they would then sometimes get plowed back in. So while the shelter was open, the entry point to that shelter would then get filled back with snow. So we did have our contract teams go back again and clear it again. But in some cases, there might have been days in between. So we were well aware of the frustration. We also knew that the contract that traditionally clears the shelters, which is tied to our bus shelter maintenance contract, doesn't do the sidewalks around it. So we had supplemental contracts already set up to actually get a radius around the shelters themselves and some path the sidewalk. Now, that doesn't mean that the entire sidewalk is clear. So we're very well aware that even if the shelter was open and there was a radius around the shelter open, it was often challenging for bus riders to walk down the sidewalk to get to it. And those, as you know, the sidewalk is not something that is within our portfolio for clearing. So I also just wanted to mention, and I really do appreciate your acknowledging how challenging the storm was, but clearing bus shelters is an activity traditionally done with a snowblower. And this year it took pickaxes, multiple members of the crew chipping away. And so it was far more laborious. So in a traditional storm where you just get the white fluffy snow, within a day or two, the shelters can be cleared. In this case, it took many days and then they had to come back again. So I am, acknowledging that the conditions that people experienced were not optimal. But I do want to talk about the fact that there was a plan that we had and how we executed the plan worked well. And I think it's important to spend time unpacking before judging. I don't like the way the streets looked on day 6 or how long it took. The difference between a traditional storm and this one and what DDOT or DPW did or didn't do.
Well, that's why I started by saying I can acknowledge 2 things at the same time.
Yeah.
That both the storm was challenging. I'm also not satisfied with the response, and my neighbors aren't satisfied with the response. But I can hold both those things at the same time, that it was a challenging storm that made all of the responses a lot harder. In terms of the bus shelter contract, the maintenance and management contract, does the contract include specific timelines by which we have a responsibility to clear the bus shelter or the access to where the bus is going to pull up?
I don't know if the timeline to clear all of them is set. I do know that they began as soon as the snow stopped. So they were out 5 a.m. Monday morning, beginning the clearing. And I don't think we necessarily have a timeline because I think there's a lot of variability in how long it takes.
I think what I definitely saw as I tried to move around Ward 6, for example, is I would see where a bus shelter had been cleared, but the ability to get from the bus shelter to the bus was not. And because the nature of the snowplows pushing and then creating a mountain of ice, even if I had a shelter that actually had been cleared, which I actually saw plenty of, there was an insurmountable 3-foot block of ice to get over, where the contractors not just focused on the bus shelter, but on that access point to where the bus is going to pull over, because that's where I did not see. I saw bus shelters that had been scooped up and cleared, but I did not see the pathway to actually get onto the bus.
There may have been an initial pathway that by the time anyone looked at it, it may have been filled up again, which was why we had the contractors go back again to make sure that that walkway was opened up. Again, there may have been a day or two lag from that happening, but we were aware that that was a problem.
Mhm.
And then separately, we have another crew that does the perimeter around the shelter to open up access. So, you know, again, 750 throughout the city, the work is incredibly time consuming. There were definitely lags from when the shelter interior was cleared and when the adjacent area and the pathway to the bus were also opened. But ultimately, we had the teams go back and make sure that they were.
Yeah. Okay. My time's going to run out in this round, so I'll just kind of end with a statement. One, I do appreciate when I reached out to you, for example, directly with certain problem spots and issues, you were very responsive. You directed action to take place. My concern, and I think it's shared by others, is around the overall strategy. And while I found, you know, my contact with DDOT to be highly responsive and go try to help solve the problem that we had found, it felt like our entire snow response was really focused on how do I open up emergency routes and roads. And certainly you got to have your emergency routes cleared. We've got to make sure that emergency vehicles are able to move through the city. But when we're locked in a major snow event, we all become pedestrians. We've got to be able to move around our neighborhoods. And I think the reliance on contractors means that you got folks from out of town, because I'm going to wager most of our contractors don't live in our neighborhoods, and they just want to plow and move to the next block. And so there's not the same thought given when they're just plowing into the intersections, plowing into the crosswalks. So as we go through our after action report, which I'm sure is still ongoing, I really want to see and expect a higher prioritization of our pedestrians and the ways in which we have to move around a neighborhood after a major event like this. And I will, again, I'll say this to my most frustrated constituent as well. I can hold two things at the same time. That it was a very challenging storm with the nature of the ice, and I want to see a response that better prioritizes our pedestrians and the ways in which we move around our neighborhood.
If I may,
Mhm.
I know your time's up, but I want to be clear. Yes, we are responsible for plowing all the streets, and the vast majority of people running the plows are employees. So we have, you know, in DDOT, we have one zone that's contractor led, but the vast majority of it are DDOT employees and staff who do live in the district. We focused on principal arterials, and mostly because those are also major transit thoroughfares. So we worked hand in glove with WMATA. We wanted to make sure that those routes could get back up and with as, you know, minimized number of detours. So where we prioritized, and, you know, 8th Street Southeast and Northeast in particular was one, because we have major bus travel on that road. That's not even a major principal arterial, but we actually had transit in mind for where we were prioritizing. And we did, to be clear, when you are plowing, it is impossible not to push the snow somewhere. This snow did not go anywhere. The protracted 10 days meant that it just sat. There really needed to be a hauling operation unique to this storm, which we executed. And on those principal arterials that have major bus routes, we were able to clear snow. Then we went to a second tier of arterials and also removed the snow curb to curb and in the intersections. I need people to understand how costly that is. And I know in a perfect world, every single intersection and snow mound and a curb cut would have been removed. We did not have places to put it. We put the snow and we filled Carter Barron Amphitheater parking. The UMC parking lot, 22 acres of parking lot, and the RFK lot 6 and some of lot 8. Thankfully, we had that space, but that was just on principal arterials, clearing those. Had we tried to go to intersections, we're talking $25–30 million would have been an added cost with nowhere to put the snow. To have a melter, it is $15,000 an hour to run. So I want to be clear that we had to make hard choices and we did have to prioritize. We weren't just prioritizing vehicles, but we do need to make sure that emergency vehicles can get to where they need to go and the buses could operate. And the next level of ask would have been an extraordinary cost for 10 days of really now the mounds are leaving. So, I'm not quite sure if people see the full picture, they would have said, we should have spent $30 million removing snow at every curb cut. Because as you know, I can't hire crossing guards. There's so many things that we are unable to do in this constrained budget environment. And so that's the balance we took, and we worked very hard.
And that's why, again, I'll reiterate, and I think most people can do this, is that we can hold two things at the same time, acknowledging the challenges and constraints of the storm, as well as wanting to ensure the balance and prioritization can be examined. And some of those initial decisions, I mean, I know this from emergency management, the decisions you make in the first 30 minutes will dictate what happens for the next 30 days. And so it is that initial decision-making that I think on balance, I want to see the prioritization balance out a bit more. But I'm over time here, so I want to turn to Councilor Felder for a round. We're also joined by Councilor Lewis George and Councilor Parker. So I'll turn to you as well for opening statements and tack on some additional time for your round if you'd like as well. But Mr. Felder.
Thank you, Chairperson Allen. Director, picking up with Chairperson Allen left off, there were a number of Ward 7 residents who were also frustrated with the way the city responded to removing the snow. My question to you is, there's a lot of confusion in terms of residents not knowing, is this the responsibility of DPW, DGS, or DDOT? Could you explain what role DDOT played in the snow removal efforts?
Sure. When it comes to plowing the roads, it's an effort we actually share with DPW. So DDOT does all of the National Highway Service roads, or the principal arterials. That includes 295, 395, 695. We also then have a map of the district, and we have there's 14 zones. We have 6 of those zones, and DPW plows the balance of them. So the zones don't necessarily coincide with wards. I do know much of Ward 7 is a DDOT zone. And so, again, I know it's invisible, but it is a DPW or DDOT staff person that is driving the vast majority of the plows.
And could you walk me through what the coordination process looks like or looked like in terms of the preparing before and after the snowstorm?
Yeah, and we, again, the DPW and DDOT teams, we have a snow team that meets 4 times in a 24-hour cycle. So we meet at 4 a.m., at 10 a.m., at 4 p.m., and at 10 p.m. From the onset, and this actually probably starts the Friday before the snow began on Sunday, we have decisions made about pretreatment. So we had crews out fully deployed, spreading first brine and then salt. And that's all done before the first snowflake hits. Then when the snow hits, once we get to about 2 inches, the trucks start pushing. And we have staff on 12-hour shifts, and it's literally an A shift, and then they turn the keys over, the B shift starts, and they're given a small zone and they plow within that zone. We push snow as long as we can. The snow in this case, after 7 inches, we had a full day of ice that came down, and that made it an incredibly challenging effort to actually even push the snow. So there was often complaints that I haven't seen a plow truck. In many areas, when the truck came, it couldn't even push, right? We were having a lot of damage done to the plows because it was a block of ice. So we would continue then to just salt. And then the next day, when the sun hit a little bit, we would try pushing again. But this was unique. Normally, you keep pushing till there's blacktop. In this case, there were many areas where the chunks of ice stayed for a few days. Once we continued the pushing for 2 days, we actually then kicked into a hauling operation. And that's where we, on some key arterials, actually began removing the snow into trucks and shipping them off into the 3 sites that I mentioned. And that continued on. At the same time, we also were clearing all of the bus shelters and clearing all of the bus stops. And in many cases had to come back twice to get those fully cleared.
Now, Chairperson Allen, and maybe because he's the chairperson, he mentioned that he has a point of contact at DDOT that was very helpful. And your team has been extremely helpful in the past. However, there were a number of areas that we reached out to get done, a specific sidewalk that borders River Terrace. It connects River Terrace and Kingman Park. Nonetheless, the ball was dropped in that area. My question, Director, is once you get an email or a complaint or a 311 request, how does that communicate it to your response team? And then what do you determine what should be prioritized and or escalated?
And I actually need to just make sure that we're clear. Nobody in the district is responsible for clearing sidewalks. So there was a fantastic volunteer program that Serve DC led, and that was for seniors or folks that have disabilities who are unable to clear the sidewalk in front of their property, and they would deploy a team of volunteers to help with that. But it is the property owner's responsibility to clear their sidewalks, commercial or residential.
Just not a sidewalk. It's a bridge that like a sidewalk bridge.
Oh, pedestrian bridge.
Yeah,
Okay,
so-
that's fair.
Yeah.
Yes, and DPW does take responsibility for the sidewalks on pedestrian bridges and regular bridges. Okay, but just
Along
make
Benning
sure.
Road to be exact, if you're like Kingman
Mhm.
Island, Heritage Park.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, and those were done at a much later phase. So I know there was some frustration with that. The first few shifts, we focus on the plow drivers completing the route. And 311s at that stage are not really helpful in terms of how we deploy folks. We want the drivers to go through their route. In past years, when people just chased 311s, it was an inefficient way to deploy staff. And oftentimes a 311 comes in where someone's frustrated because there's still a lot of snow and ice on the road, even if there is a clear path. And our goal is to have a clear path. So sometimes it is a plow length, but there's still going to be a lot of snow on the sides. 311s, there's a lot of people's interpretation of what clear looks like. So not very helpful early stage. After we have the plows run through their shift for 2 or 3 days, that's when we then have a QA/QC process where we have DPW and DDOT staff, I think Moker's also helped out, where they put their eyes and they do condition assessments. So in the beginning, it's plow coverage, then it moves to a roadway condition assessment. And this team ranks the roads, and we have a lot of training to make sure we're all ranking it the same way. And we have color codes. Red means not passable. Blue means still a lot of snow and ice, but able to get through. There might be 2 tire tracks. Yellow means it's actually okay. We try to have then, we create a map where we can see where those different color codings are. And then only by the 3rd or 4th day do we use those condition assessments to direct the staff who are doing the plowing.
Pardon me, Director. I'm trying to get 2 more or maybe 3
Okay,
more questions
sorry.
off. No, it's okay.
Clear that like 311s are an input very late stage.
Okay.
Early on, we have our own better tools.
Copy. Now, Director, you've been at DDOT. How long you've been at DDOT?
4 years.
Not trying to age you. Okay. So you've gone through this snowstorm,
Mhm.
right? I'm pretty sure you heard about the snowstorm in 2016. With that, what would you take away as some of the lessons learned as we prepare for future snow events?
Every snow event is different. And this one, again, a hauling operation was not something we had to do in many of the past. And we pivoted and we were able to get those contracts. They were set up and we moved quickly. So I would, lots of very specific things. Our contract plows often had one driver attached to the vehicle, so they would get burnt out by the 3rd shift, whereas we would have new drivers. Anyway, there's lots of details like that of things that we've learned. But ultimately, I would say this was an extraordinary storm and not a failure in plan or operation.
And how are you preparing for future snow events?
Well, we actually have our after action planned. to actually work out some of the kinks
Okay.
that we've observed. Do I foresee us removing snow mounds from every curb cut as part of our future plan? That seems unlikely unless we're in a very different financial situation.
Copy. Okay, for the average person who's listening, DDOT does a lot. What would you say, and I'm pivoting, what would you say has been your biggest areas of success over the past year?
I think our focus on the high injury network
Okay.
and our safety projects. Yes.
And what would you say has been your biggest challenges over the past year?
I think it is incredibly challenging to manage all stakeholders. There are every issue and major project we have, you're going to have strong opponents and strong supporters, and finding that middle ground is, I think, the bane of every DDOT director.
Okay. What do you need help with addressing those challenges, and like how could the council be supportive?
Thank you for asking. And you have been a really good partner in helping us with community meetings
Okay.
and making sure that all stakeholders have a voice and tamping down on, folks that are just trying to swirl and create agitation, but letting residents hear all of the pros and cons and understand that there's trade-offs, and supporting that effort.
Thank you, Director. With that, Mr. Chairman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We're also joined by Councilmember Fruman. So Councilmember Fruman, we're doing 10-minute rounds. And since you just got here, I'll also tack on a couple extra minutes if you have an opening statement when we get to you. Next up, I had Councilmember Lewis George, followed by Councilmember Parker, then Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Chairman, and good evening, Director Kirschbaum. I'm so sad I couldn't be with you in person, but I wanted to dive right in first. I want to thank first our witnesses, to the chairs of our Pedestrian, Bicycle, and Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Council, for being here for today's hearing, especially those members who represent Ward 4, as well as Director Kirschbaum and her team. I want to start by recognizing the work of District Department of Transportation over the past year, and expanded bus lanes, protected bike lanes, making our streets safer and improving mobility across the district. And I think that progress matters. At the same time, I remain concerned about safety on our streets, community input, and transparency. There have been too many stories about children experiencing traffic violence, and we've lost too many community members to traffic crashes, including Kenny Rivera, a young man who was killed in an incident just last week in Petworth. We've seen projects where residents felt surprised by design changes or construction, and that erodes trust. And strong transportation policy and planning must be paired with clear communication and meaningful engagement from the start. We have residents who have spent years putting traffic safety investigation requests in, only for years later waiting and waiting to see improvements. Meanwhile, our district road users remain vulnerable in those situations, and time is of the essence. And DDOT's subset of data that is used to determine how proactive to be versus reactive has to change, because that data set is flawed, and it's flawed because it doesn't include the real experiences that are happening on the ground. And that data set does not get us safer to where we need to be as a city in achieving Vision Zero. As we discuss bus lanes and bike lanes and crossing guards and traffic safety requests and autonomous vehicles, I will be focused on how DDOT is ensuring responsiveness, accountability, a better balance between citywide goals and neighborhood level concerns, a better balance of using data from the public and those who live in the neighborhoods versus a flawed data set that will not get us the progress we need in this moment to ensure all of our road users are safety. And so I look forward to this conversation. To get started, I want to start with Ward 4. I understand that the Ward 4 Community Liaison position is currently vacant. As you know, it's an important position to our Ward 4 community. What is the current status of filling that role, Director?
Councilmember, yes, and I take those community engagement liaison positions very seriously. I meet with them regularly to hear all about some of the issues that have been brought to their attention. That position is currently filled with a fantastic detailee who I'm hopeful will end up in the position, but it's It's a former MOCR who's now taking on that role. And
Okay, well, look forward to meeting them, connecting with them so that our constituent services team and them, they can come together and be responsive to Ward 4 residents. So thank you for that and prioritizing that. I want to talk about school crossing guards. This is an issue that continuously comes up, particularly in Ward 4. One I want to follow up was the school crossing guard at the intersection of 13 and Upshur near Dorothy Height Elementary. Parents have reported that there has been no crossing guard posted there since the last crossing guard left his position. And that at least 5 students have been hit since the beginning of the school year. Are there any updates on filling this role? And how many current vacancies are being backfilled by traffic control officers? And 3, when do you expect a new cohort of crossing guards to be deployed to our schools?
so we have 214 priority posts, and that means those are intersections that have an assigned crossing guard. Of those 214 posts, about 187 are safety techs, which are the official full-time crossing guards. When I say full-time, meaning that's their full-time designation. It's a part-time role. Any vacancy that we have, whether it is for the day or because there's been a departure, we have a traffic control officer backfill that role. So all of those 214 posts, including the one on Upshur that you mentioned, will have someone staffing it. It will not be necessarily the crossing guard that is there all the time, but we will have somebody there at school hours. My understanding is we actually had a TCO assigned to that intersection. Again, not the safety tech that had been there for years. And so that there wasn't an empty spot. So it's news to me if there was a vacancy because someone is assigned there. So of the 214 posts, we do have someone there. Ideally, they would be filled all with safety techs. As I've shared with you previously, we have a hiring freeze on at DDOT right now. We have not been able to backfill. We did a recruitment campaign in the summer, and then when that issue hit with the congressional bill that kind of forced our fake budget crisis, we never were able to bring them on board, and we still have not done any recruiting or onboarding of safety techs since then.
Okay, so that's a huge issue, and we got to make this a priority as we move forward because not having safety techs is an issue. And I want to push back that parents are telling me in real time right now, Councilmember, we're telling you right now, it was not staffed from December until now. And I have to trust the parents and educators on the ground. And so if there's some type of way you can get someone out there to quality control that, because it's important not only for Dorothy Heights, but for everyone else. But our student safety is of primary concern, and we have to prioritize getting our safety techs there. It is a real issue, and we can't have 5 students who have been hit in an intersection and not be prioritizing. So I want to see some movement there, and some quality assurance checks if we could, so that I can be getting this. We can be on the same page and getting the same information. I want to move to bus lanes. This is a huge priority for me. Me and Councilmember Nadeau especially both care as Ward 4 and Ward 1 Councilmember about Georgia Avenue Priority Bus Lane Project. And the WMATA GM says he's excited about the bus lane project too. And so I understand that it's currently in design phase and that DDOT is soliciting feedback from community stakeholders. What plans does DDOT have to solicit community input for that project specifically? What kind of feedback have you received so far? And is construction still slated to begin in spring 2027, which to me is still too far ahead? I mean, it's one strip, it's Georgia Avenue. Like the design is going to be the design, a bus lane up Georgia Avenue. So I mean, I know there's going to be several considerations, but I don't understand why it has to be slated all the way to spring 2027, given that the bus that rides on Georgia Avenue, I believe, if I'm correct, is the most utilized bus in our transit system. If not the number one, is like top 3 for sure. And so walk me through, where we are, why it's taking until spring 2027 and what we can do to accelerate that, so that we get more users on the bike, on our buses, and have a reliable, fast bus on our Georgia Avenue corridor.
Thanks, Councilmember. And I'll tell you, we share the Georgia Avenue priority bus lane as a priority. It is, as you said, it is the highest ridership. And we know that this will be hugely impactful. It is also by far the longest and most ambitious priority bus lane in our history. The concept is 24/7 offset bus lanes. We expect bus travel times will improve by about 20% or more. And so we finished the concept in July of 25 following very extensive community engagement that began in 2022. So I don't know if you've got concerns about inadequate engagement. We will continue to, at every key milestone, engage and share our plans. I would say that I think
And my issue is with why it's taking so
Okay, not the engagement. Okay.
I've seen DDOT show up. You guys have been at Emory Recreation Center. You've hosted several meetings. So now it's like, let's get a design for people to respond to. We know, some stakeholders are going to be on various, sides of this, but I don't want that to impede the progress that needs to happen to get the most used bus lane in the city, the dedicated bus lane it needs to have reliable and fast buses taking people from uptown to downtown and downtown to uptown back.
Yep. Right. Well, so we're working on design. It'll be complete next winter. And I know it probably seems
Why does design? Why does the design of a single corridor take a year?
So when we do a priority bus lane, we are looking at every single intersection. There is a lot of design of the intersections and signalization and the bus loading areas. I mean, it's not just putting down red paint in a lane. So I know it seems like it should be simple, but trust me, there is so much work that goes into every single block. And because of the length of it, it takes time. But with the design finish next winter, we do think construction in the spring of 27, that is as fast as we can go. But keep in mind, we have environmental reviews that, for better or worse, require sign off from Federal Highway. And I am optimistic that this is going to get through smoothly, but there's a lot of those kinds of reviews outside of my control.
I hear you, and I want to figure out how we can accelerate this. I don't know if we can use some technology, some optimization, something that we can do to speed that design up so that we can get to the space where we need to be. I want to talk about, Kansas Avenue between Longfellow and Chillum. This is an example of the transparency issues, the communication issues. We've talked about it quite a bit. Community members on all sides were really taken aback when a median was just, construction happened and there was no complete notice to the community. This is an example of how transparency and communication builds trust and allows the progress we need to make our streets safer and connect our roadways. So, I don't even want to talk about what happened here. I want to talk about the after action of Kansas Avenue and Longfellow and Chillum, and what you all can commit to moving forward for our community, who was angry at me. And I was like, this is the block that I grew up on. And, I had my old next door neighbors like, what's up? And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. So even I, as the council member, was unaware of what was about to happen. So how does this happen? And what is the future step to change this from happening so we don't have frustrated community members, angry and yelling at all of us for just the lack of notice?
And I will tell you, there was a lesson learned on the Kansas Avenue bike lanes. Oftentimes when we have a lag between when we're doing the design and concept and when we do construction, that is when people often forget, people move. We should have had some intermediate contact with the neighbors so that they didn't find out about it during construction. I want to just point out Grant Circle is the other extreme where, again, we did all of this advanced interaction back and forth to try to find a good compromise. We did a little bit of the compromising on the other end of that with Kansas, which is not ideal. Lesson learned. I do think that we are going to end up with a huge win in terms of filling a gap in the network. This is a key access point to the MBT trail. And there are pedestrian improvements and intersection improvements along the corridor that are huge fixes for all users. So it's still going to be a win. We made some tweaks. And again, in terms of the process, lesson learned on really at every stage, we need to engage. Now, people aren't going to like what we do every time, but Absolutely. I always say we should never have the feedback that we didn't know about it. And so we are no longer relying on ANCs to do the messaging. Just doing the required notification is not enough, and we can't rely on that. And so this was, again, lesson learned.
I appreciate that. And since I have to leave, I just want to say to the snow, a lot of the issues was what you explained to us sounded reasonable, meaning the hardship and the how laborious it was. But if you just explained that to our constituents, I think you would have gotten people less angry. So again, consistent communication and transparency goes a long way with setting expectations for people and getting the trust and the buy-in you need. And I think my colleagues have covered the snow, but that was the biggest lesson I think that you all should have taken away with that was that transparency and honesty and consistent communication would have gone a long way to getting the community to understand where you all were situated in this circumstance and holding both truths. With that, thank you, Chairman. I have to run. I'm going to send you some questions because I need you to ask about Waymo, PSIs, and Mary Penn. So note that and thank you.
You know, it may be that I've read your mind and I already have all those questions teed up, but send them along. Send
I
them along.
trust you as the chair for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, let me turn to Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. And it's good to see you, Director. I will bypass the opening statement, but suffice it to say, there is continued need to improve the safety of our communities by way of street safety. I wanted to touch on the snow issue, and I know that has been a focus so far. Just to make sure we're abundantly clear, which agency has the responsibility of clearing pedestrian bridges? Is it DPW or DDOT?
DPW does pedestrian bridges and the sidewalks on bridges. In past life, we took that role on for the ones in our zone, but now that we have 44 miles of bike lanes, DDOT clears the bike lanes, they do the pedestrian bridges and the sidewalks on bridges.
And that seems different than how it was messaged just a few weeks ago or last year. Was there an internal shift where the responsibility was shifted to DPW, or is it the position that DPW has always been the responsible agency?
No, that was shifted, I think, about 2 years ago. I'm not exactly sure when that transition happened.
Okay. I will follow up with DPW, but is there an updated map to show which agencies cover which roadways or bridges in the district?
So again, now it is all ped bridges and sidewalks on bridges is DPW. The map of the zones and which are DDOT zones and DPW zones, we have lots of them internally. I'm not quite sure it's public. We are one snow team. We don't necessarily want the public to differentiate because we work in tandem. It's really just a joined team. So I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't have anything up that differentiates the zones by agency.
Okay. Given that you're one snow team, does that mean if we were to reach out to DDOT in the future about pedestrian bridges, you will get it to the appropriate channels, or we should be reaching out to DPW about that?
If it's urgent, I mean, obviously I talk daily, every hour during the snowstorm with DPW leadership about things. And so, yeah, it doesn't matter, either one.
Okay. Since January 2024, my team has worked to ensure that the 2800 block of 25th Street Northeast was on the plow map. Unfortunately, during this recent snowstorm, that street was missed during the initial treatment zones. Can you reassure me and constituents watching that that block is in fact on the updated DDOT plow map?
It is on the map. It was on the map. A plow did go. It was a light plow that had a lot of difficulty because of the ice. It's salted. I know that the neighbors ended up paying for a private plow to do it, but we were there. We sent our best plow driver. It was done. I mean, again, by the time we came, I think the private plow had already done it, but we had a driver there within 2 days of the end of it.
And that is an important distinction. So neighbors came out of pocket to pay for independent plow, and that just shouldn't be the case.
I agree. I felt terrible that they had to do it. But we did have a lot of challenges on some of the narrower roads that had iced over, and our plows did not make much progress, and it took us more time. We had to salt. We had to wait for some temperatures to fall. But I was on all those emails. Trust me, we were aware. We sent someone.
And are you able to provide a a copy of that plow map, or is that too internal?
The map of the routes that
Yes.
show which zone is which.
Yes.
I mean, it would literally just show you, yes, I'm happy to share that with you.
Okay.
Again, and I will tell you that much of your ward is in a DDOT zone, so
And
I know that was
we want to reassure neighbors because now there are questions. I'm bringing this up. I would love to reassure them to say, look, it is covered per this map. And hopefully this doesn't happen again. One other question is we've received a number of reports that there were damages to flex posts and wheel stops and other infrastructure throughout the city. What is the plan to address those damages?
Yeah, well, 'tis the pothole season and repairing all of the other infrastructure that was damaged. So we have a fantastic team that does maintenance, and are full gear for the next few weeks. I'm going to focus on all of that work. We know it is a casualty of these big snowstorms, but we have ample stock and crews that are capable of doing it. We do have 3-on-1s though. We welcome 3-on-1s in case we missed it. We have proactive crews that are driving and making the changes as they see them, but always welcome 3-on-1s in case there's things we missed.
Okay. While this is not Ward 5, I will just flag as recent as last night, there are some bus lanes that still need treatment where they are covered in snow. And so I'm looking at a note here, the 14th Street Northwest bus lane in Columbia Heights is one of those bus lanes. So can you make a commitment to have your team prioritize clearing bus lanes throughout the city to ensure that they are free of snow?
I said bike lane or bus lanes?
Bus lane.
Okay. Okay.
Where there are mounds of snow, whether it's because snow was pushed to
Like
the
on a
side,
sidewalk.
Yes.
Okay. So-
that it's making it hard for folks to pass and clear.
Okay. All right. I'll tell you, we did prioritize WMATA routes to make sure that buses could get through. And within 2 days, I think every route was open with no detours. And we did that by making sure the bus lanes were open, and that the shelters were cleared. So I'm not sure if it's access to a shelter but I'm surprised. I do know that WMATA has been able to, probably by day 3 or 4, were able to run all of their routes.
Okay. We have talked offline, but I just wanted to level set on some of Ward 5 projects. So I'm pivoting from the snow. Could you please provide an update on the timeline for the Taylor and Harewood Street Bike Lane project?
All right, I need to
And while you
pull
look,
up my notes because
No worries.
I don't have all the
I'll stall in
in
the
command and I don't want to.
I'll stall in the meantime. When the project was launched in 2024, construction was slated for 2025. It is now fiscal year 26. And as I've said, we've talked about this, but I again want to reassure neighbors that this project is still in progress and it is
Yes, I mean, the
Moving
project
forward.
is definitely moving forward and I know it's in design and I am going to pull up the DDOT projects website.
Okay.
Because I do know that we have mapped it all out. Just do.
And while
Taylor.
also
Okay.
you're looking for that, some of our conversations offline included me requesting to see if there was any way possible for DDOT to accelerate that project, given that neighbors have long amplified the safety concerns they have and how important that project is. And so if
And
there-
it is a priority for us. We're very excited about the project. I think there is complexity to designing and constructing these projects that take a lot longer than I think than anyone wants, than we want to. We're still in the concept phase. We're still soliciting input. We have to then do the design and then do the construction. And we have had a number of outreach events since June of 24. But yes, it's going to be at least probably 2 years before we do the construction.
2 years, 2 more
For it
years.
to be finished. Well, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
I'm
no,
sorry
it's
for my
okay.
reaction because
No,
that That seems different than even what I last
So,
Understood.
we're now in,
fiscal
20
year 26.
in the beginning of 26, and sorry, the website. So there was we're wrapping up planning. We're going to start design. The construction will start in 27. So it then,
And how long do we anticipate construction lasting?
I'm hopeful that if we do it we can start it in the spring, so it can be done within the construction season. So, by the fall.
Okay, so neighbors should expect, for now, the timeline is to be delivered by next fall.
Let me follow up on that. I really hate to,
Okay.
we have over 100 projects happening, and so I don't want to give specific deadlines.
So I'll just give voice to what Ward 5 neighbors feel and fear, which is there's this constant delay, and a chance that the project just never happens. And I know I am saying on the record that this is a project that I want as the council member to move forward because I believe you all have done your due diligence. It will improve safety, and it is something that I believe reflects the need of our community. So I hear you.
Yes, and these timelines, our team is anxious to push on these too, and we work as fast as we can.
Yes.
I think there is a perception that we're slow walking things when in fact the design and construction takes a lot of time. And I heard even the earlier witnesses talking
To
about.
be honest, it can't take 3 years though.
For all of the outreach from the concept, design, and construction end to end, it could take 3 years. I mean, we've already started. We're nearing the end of the concept phase, so we don't have 3 more years ahead of us, but.
And I do have more questions. I do know there are some that are opposed to this project. Even still on the record, I think this is a worthwhile project. And I believe under your leadership, DDOT has gone out of its way to address many of the concerns that we've heard from impacted residents and institutions. So kudos to you for that. But I'm concerned that this is one of those projects, especially as we face a shift in administration, that can fall off the radar, and we don't want that to happen. In my last 30 seconds, which I'm not going to be able to do it justice, I wanted to come to the MBT, where there were 2 more drivers that entered the trail in January. Can you speak to what DDOT is doing to address these repeated concerns around safety on the MBT?
Right. And I can't tell you how frustrating it is to have vehicles on one of our trails. And it's still unclear if they're doing it knowingly, just trying to, find a shortcut, or if they're really oblivious to all the signage and just, stumbled into it. There are a number of access points. So for 2 of them at the Randolph Street and S Street Northeast, we were able to move planters. We did that last month to really make it impossible for vehicles to get on. Now, mind you, we already have signage. We're also adding signage to make it even more obvious that this is a trail and not for vehicles. We are at the R Street entrance in January of 25, we put in bollards and flex posts, and we do plan to have an upgrade where we'll position additional planters, and long-term thinking about actually having some sort of gate there.
And when will those additional planters be installed?
I think we were waiting for the snow to clear. I think that's going to be within a few weeks.
Awesome.
We can do
Okay.
that. And then the other entrance point that's problematic is the T Street Northeast entrance point. While we do have flex posts there, we know that's been inadequate. And we are looking to add another gate there as well. And we've been talking to the property owner at T Street. They actually use that entrance point, beyond the trail as their facility and driveway. And they've been actually very amenable to figuring out a way to have a gate so when they're closed that it can't be accessed.
Understood. I am way over time. Thanks
Okay.
for the grace, Chairperson Allen. And thank
asked
you,
the
Director.
questions I was gonna be asking, so I appreciate it. Yeah, oblivious, dumb, I'm not sure, but to take a car on the Met Branch trails, it's hard to do. All right, let me turn to Councilmember Fruman for a round.
Thank you very much, Chairman Allen. I'm going to skip an opening statement. Oh, you gave me 2 extra minutes. Probably won't. Probably won't use it all. And Director Kirschbaum, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your engagement over time. Some of what I'm going to ask you about is a rehash of things that we've spoken about, but I want to talk about on the record as well. I'm going to start micro and then move macro. And starting micro, you would have recently gotten a letter from the Cleveland Park Citizens Association about 34th, Reno, Ordway, Newark, and all the concern about that corridor, which I think you share. And there's been a tension because I think you want to do corridor planning that's linked to some other things, but then there's been relatively urgent calls for things to be done there for years. I thought the letter that the Cleveland Park folks sent you was good. It was acknowledging a lot of positive things, but also asking for engagement on short-term things that might be able to be done, or clarity on when we will be able to address these issues. So my question to you is fundamentally, can we arrange a time in the spring for you to meet with those neighbors and the ANC and discuss with them where you're at and hear them through about the specific minor things that they think could be done to improve safety in the interim?
Absolutely. And as part of our conversations, I know I've shared that this is not, I don't think that there's going to be meaningful quick fixes, and we want to get this right. It's a problematic corridor. We know there's a school adjacent to it. There's a lot of speeding. So we are looking at it more deeply. There's some opportunities as we're exploring the strategic bikeways plan. So yes, happy to discuss it. And we have found that our TSIs and some of the smaller fixes, they work well on very residential streets, but when it comes to collectors and larger roadways, it actually is not a meaningful or useful tool. So I just want to make sure that we are doing things that will have an impact and make a difference. And let's start with a community meeting about it.
And I guess I was going to start micro and go macro, but you invited a little macro because the strategic bikeways could be relevant to this, I guess, is part of what you're saying. And can you give an indication of when we will have more clarity on what the agency's thoughts are about a rollout of a new strategic bikeways plan?
We are hopeful that this summer we'll be able to share more information. And again, the strategic bikeways plan will be a long-term network that we're proposing, and hopefully we'll have a 5-year construction plan so people at least see what's coming in the shorter term. So we'll give some more insight, but I know that there's a high demand for some network growth in Ward 3, and again, as you know, everything is a trade-off and challenging with stakeholders on all sides. So I don't know where things will land, but hopeful that we'll have some more details this summer.
And will there be interim engagement, or are we now in a place where the agency is in internal deliberations and then the public will see a concept in sometime this summer?
I believe there will be another round of engagement before we share any drafts.
Okay, so and on this, I mean, to the extent that 34th Reno gets frozen up, it can't get frozen up forever around this. So I think folks are going to, I think there can be a little bit of grace. Okay, you got this bigger plan going, but if it goes on too long and we have cars that run into trees near where kids are, or a kid who was hit in January, the sense of urgency about getting this corridor plan done is only going to increase, but we'll have a conversation with neighbors on it. Another place that's sort of similar and has been buffeted by lots of other changes is the Palisades by MacArthur Boulevard, where changes on Canal Road had an impact, different kinds of things. There was flooding that happened, but there's a lot of cut through traffic off of MacArthur Boulevard that neighbors have been raising for a couple of years. Again, this is one where I think really important for folks to have an opportunity to be heard. And I'm again hoping that at some point in the spring, we can do a community gathering in that neighborhood, and like what you did in Chevy Chase around the stormwater management, and talk through with neighbors what are the things they think could make sense. Can we do that this spring?
I'm happy always to engage. I think, as you know, the big challenge is that Canal Road is constrained. And so when there's an accident, or in recent months when the parkway was under construction, I think we had a lot of vehicles diverting to use Chain Bridge. And at peak hours, there was often backups, and especially when there's one accident, one blocked car can mean miles of backup. And so I think it's, at peak hours, I know that there is cut through traffic. I don't know how easy it is to fix. This is not like we can add a speed hump. We can't add more infrastructure. So I'm happy to hear ideas and to talk about it, but I just need to be realistic that I'm hopeful now that the construction has wrapped up on the parkway, that some of that traffic will be diverted. But to me, a lot of it is just peak hour congestion, which is a challenge everywhere in the city. And cars will do what they do. We've already asked for Waze and Google Maps and others to not have the smaller streets be listed as a possible diversion. But we have minimal, we don't have that many levers in this case. I just need to be candid.
I hear you, but I mean, if folks have ideas that they think could be useful, I mean, we know that there is an inevitability that there will be pressure on a place like this. And so then what kinds of things can we do to guard against it? Maybe that the tools are limited, but when we know that there's going to be pressure, we ought to explore every possible tool. So let's have a
Indeed,
conversation.
happy to do so.
Okay. One last micro one is Woodley Road, 27th Street, where there's been a call for some time to improve the visibility. I think you may be thinking about putting flex posts there and taking away some of the parking spaces and some other things. What's the timetable for doing improvements on Woodley Road around 27th Street?
Councilmember, when you talk about timelines on some of the TSIs, we do 800 a year, so I don't have command of it, but my understanding is that it was selected for analysis, so some action will be taken, but I can't give you anything more specific. I'm hopeful we can move quickly. I think it is a visibility question. And I just did want to mention that we have a team that's able to do some of the flex post and daylighting activity much more quickly. We have our maintenance operations division is doing those that don't require a traffic engineer to do plans and design work. So we've been able to get those done more quickly. So I think this one might be one of the simpler ones that we can do quickly.
And I'm going to be hopeful on that. Okay, I'm going to pull the camera back, and I'm sure there will be lots of questions about this, but I guess here you are, you've been doing this for a bit, and Vision Zero, this 2025, I think, might have been better than 2024, but we are not off to a great start at the beginning of 2026, and we're still above the levels of fatalities and major crashes that we had before we started Vision Zero, I think. And so how do you see it? We're all frustrated that it hasn't had the traction we hoped it would have, because it's not going to zero. How are you seeing Vision Zero, and what kinds of things do you think are the impediments to making progress, or could be avenues to get to more substantial progress?
It's interesting. I know Vision Zero, that is our headline and our goal, 0 fatalities. And I think we had much to celebrate when last year in 25, we had about half the number of fatalities we had in prior years. But I will tell you that the outcome measure that I use for our effectiveness is actually looking at serious injuries. There is so much variability in traffic fatalities. And I'll tell you, for the past 2 years, about 70% of them were based on incredibly reckless and antisocial behavior. So a, stolen car that was fleeing police, things that really there is no easy tool in the toolkit. For serious injury crashes, for better or worse, because of the volume, we can see our impact can have a statistically significant impact. And so if you look at major injuries, in 2017, there were 464. In 2025, there were 303. We are, over 30% since 2017. And that decrease has been regular. So 11% drop from 24 to 25. And it's across every ward. We are seeing this consistent drop. And I would say that is what we should hold our hat on. Again, would love it to be 50% of fatalities, would love it to be 0 fatalities, but when you want to look at the impact of our safe system approach, which is the traffic engineering, the enforcement that we're doing, the enforcement that MPD has stepped up, all of the behavioral change efforts and education that our Highway Safety Office does, this manifests itself in the reduction in injury crashes. And those are the ones that it's been a consistent trend going in the right direction.
You started with 2017. What are the numbers before then?
They were all, and I actually don't have the numbers in front of me,
but
they've been consistently going down, and very much in alignment. When we do a corridor project, we are doing before and after studies to show that there is an impact. Now, again, reckless behavior with a perfectly designed intersection may not stop a tragedy from happening, but I do want to hang my hat on that. I also want to say that we are becoming more and more focused on the high injury network, because that is where the vast majority of the fatalities and crashes happens. 50% of the fatalities, it's less than 5% of our roadway. And so while we do everything everywhere, we have TSIs for the local roads, we have intersection improvements. We have our highway, our HSIP program has 100 intersections a year. We have schoolwork. We're doing it across the board. What really turns the dial with these numbers is really our high injury network. That includes the corridors. And now we have 100 top injury intersections. And so I need to remain focused on those, because that is how we really change the numbers.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman. I'm just going to pick up right there to kind of keep digging in on this. Because obviously seeing a 50% reduction in traffic fatalities over last year is very good news. I would be hesitant to name one thing as the single driver of it. I do believe it's a combination of many things. I have got to say, though, one thing that is different in 2025 that wasn't there in 2024 is the STEER Act, and being able to help hold dangerous drivers accountable in a very different way, I think is absolutely a major factor. I think that it is a combination of all the efforts, the redesign of intersections, the high injury network. But I got to say, I think the STEER Act also plays a very significant role, because we can hold these dangerous drivers accountable in a way we had not been able to do. And I think it also helped reset expectations for drivers. And I know you and I have talked about this before, plenty of folks that just felt like there are no consequences, so why should I care? Well, now you're going to care. And so I think that's a really important part of what's happened. I wanted to dig in the numbers actually a little bit more, because we've talked for years about how when we look at where major injuries and fatalities are taking place, they are disproportionately on the eastern half of our city in wards 5, 7, and 8. The high injury networks, and we could spend days talking about the historic bias that exists in where we built highways and freeways, and we've kind of covered that before. What I find encouraging in the data when I compare 2024 to 2025, big picture is encouraging. When I zoom into the ward by ward data, the ward that saw the greatest improvement in safety is Ward 8. It's a 39% reduction, 30 fewer major injuries and fatalities from 2024 to 2025. And I believe part of that's going to be from some of the investments made in the high injury network investments. To my friend from Ward 3, proportionally, Ward 3 had the greatest reduction, of 52% reduction, going from 21 to 10. But Ward 8 had 77 in 2024, down to 47. Again, our expectation is 0 and only 0, but that's marked improvement. Anything that you want to talk about, what you're seeing and your team is seeing from neighborhood-based trends, where we have seen historically disproportionate injuries and fatalities in our city, and where these investments and where the actions are taking place? Are you seeing neighborhood level or trends that are trying to attack that inequity we've seen?
Yes. The good news is, as you said, not only with fatalities, but with injury crashes, we've seen a reduction across every ward. And a lot of our projects tend to be Ward 5, 7, and 8, especially the major corridor projects, because sadly, that's where highways were built in the 1950s, and we are trying to undo decades of sort of poorly designed infrastructure that have created much harm. But I also do want to acknowledge that it is the combination of all of the tools. The enforcement, it's not just the cameras, which are within our portfolio, but the police have stepped up with enforcement. And there's been a lot of post-crash care changes that the Highway Safety Office has improved. So that's, with FEM's involvement, a lot of the time that it would take for crash victims to get to the hospital was when they would pass and when the ambulance actually arrived. So all of these tools have been critical. And yes, the STEER Act indeed, and holding our most reckless drivers accountable, booting and towing vehicles, all of these things have had the combined impact. And it feels like we're fighting an uphill battle with distracted drivers, with larger vehicles, with, return to work and more people on the road. I mean, it's a combination of things that make the progress even more important and meaningful.
Thank you. When I look at, and again, just kind of drive home the data, if you look at fatalities by mode and ward from 2023 to 2025, again, you see wards 7 and 8 just as distinct outliers from the rest of the city. Ward 2 actually has a significant number as well, with predominantly motor vehicle occupants and drivers being the victims in that case. When I look at this year, so as we are only, we're about a month and a half in, so from a sample size, we're not even a full quarter yet, so I don't want to draw too many conclusions, but we've had 6 fatalities thus far this year. 3, I believe, of the 6, so 50% were pedestrians. 1 was a cyclist. Okay, sorry, 8. I don't have all the data right in front of me, but so when I look at that and the trend, the concern is that we have had a significant decrease for 2025, but if we were to be on pace this year, we would undo the gains that have been made. Again, I'm going to acknowledge it's 6 weeks into the new year, but what are you seeing from a trend perspective thus far this year, and how does that help inform actions you're looking at for the remainder of the year?
And I'm going to just again reiterate that the fatality number is, I think, an imperfect metric for our impact in terms of how we can make our roads safer. So exactly, I mean, it has been an unfortunate start to the year, but I continue to look at major injuries as being a much better indicator, and those are moving in the right direction across every ward. And again, the fatalities, so many of them are based on reckless antisocial behavior, and still a tragedy, but very little we can do. And, I do review every traffic fatality report, and some of them are very like circumstances, where could be a bicycle on 295 where someone's wearing dark clothes. I mean, things that are really incredibly reckless. So not minimizing the importance to try to continue to chip away at those, but I don't want to read too much into anything, because I think the variability means it's hard to look at trends when it comes to fatalities.
Okay. And I apologize, I misstated the data. So I think the performance responses when you sent them in was at 6. We are at 8 today. So the dashboard, I think, was not lined up correctly there. I hear your point about major crashes or crashes and collisions that feel the design cannot, design alone is not going to be able to prevent. But I do think my understanding of the premise of Vision Zero and the efforts is, whether it be design, whether it be enforcement, whether it be looking at those, what you might call unique events, being able to focus in on all of that is part of what the Vision Zero strategy is. So I will have a distracted driver or a reckless driver that puts everyone at risk. That's the premise of the STEER Act, is putting the tools in place to be able to go after them aggressively and get them off our roads. So I don't want to minimize, and I do think you're trying to be careful not to minimize that. I don't want to minimize a collision that has major crash, injury, or fatality because it's someone on a bicycle in a place maybe that I don't think they necessarily should be. That said, Vision Zero doesn't excuse it. Vision Zero says, all right, let me think through every single element that I can. So when I think about how we frame it, I would urge and push, and I think that's where some frustration has been. The framing has got to be that there is no inevitability. There are other cities that have been able to achieve actual zero, and they certainly will have distracted drivers or others. So I want to give you a chance to respond to that. I just don't think the framing needs to be that there are some that are just inevitable, because other cities have shown they can get to zero.
And to be clear, after every fatality, we do a deep dive and we look at everything about the intersection and the area around it. Both the MPD they have a major crash investigative unit that does the initial investigation. Then our staff and the Vision Zero staff will go and also review. And sometimes there are things, the front level, it's making repairs if there are signs that were damaged or signals that were hit. But then our multimodal safety engineering division comes and really looks at what else could we do to make this intersection better. So we are continuing to make those improvements. And the safety treatments look both at issues related to that crash, but also just more holistically. I just wanted to share, my point was really about the data being statistically significant, and that it's a meaningful data set when you're looking at the injury crashes versus fatalities, and not that we are writing it off and not doing anything. We still do take great action. It's still relevant, but it's harder to look at trends.
Well, I know by the time we get to our budget hearing, where we'll ask many of the same questions, which would hopefully be in April, assuming the budget's coming in early April, then that will be giving us a full quarter's worth of data, where I think we will start to be able to have a better sense of what our trend lines look like for this year. So I know we'll come back to this as well. My time's up for this round, so let me turn to Councilor Parker. Thank
you. Director, I wanted to jump back to the MBT. So what I'm taking away from your previous statements is that DDOT will install new planters and take additional steps in the coming weeks. And so residents should look forward to that. There was also money earmarked in the last budget for addressing routine flooding that occurs on the trail between Tanner Park and Florida. Can you provide an update where we are with that? And is there a timeline for when residents might expect that construction to be completed?
Yes, and our stormwater team is aware of that area that is flood prone. That is, it's not a quick fix, but we have, I think we are soliciting a task order now with a contractor that can help fix it. And I know I had sent some emails about it, the inquiries in the past few days. So I think that's going to be within a year, we'll be able to make those repairs. But again, it's a stormwater issue. It's a little
I believe
deeper.
what was communicated was by the fall.
Okay.
So
All
I'm
right.
assuming that's still.
That
the
is
case.
still correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Which is
100
technically within the
100
year.
projects. That doesn't even include stormwater and the 800 TSI. So
Understood.
I should just say, let me get back to you with dates. But whatever I put in that email is accurate.
Okay. So neighbors should expect that issue to be addressed by the fall. I did want to also touch on Wangari Gardens. As you know, the council approved emergency legislation to authorize DDOT to provide funding for this project so that they can have a water source. Can you provide an update where things stand on that project?
And I know we've chatted with you about the fact that, you know, the type of money that was put in our budget is not the type of money that we actually could be used to pass it through to DC Water. And so my understanding is that we're working with OCFO to clear the way to make this transfer happen. We obviously want to support the effort, but I need the OCFO to give us the green light in terms of the transfer. So it is a question we need to ask of them of what's left.
Okay. If you could provide an update, I'm assuming that's in process. But
Sure.
we are tracking that. I did want to touch on bus priority lanes, and it seems to me DDOT's bus priority work as a whole has slowed down considerably. One, I would love if you could just speak to if that's a fair assessment. And the bus priority lanes that were projected either for Florida Avenue or Rhode Island Avenue have seemed to come to a screeching halt. Can you just speak to how might we address what I hear all the time are delays for getting across the city by way of bus, and DDOT seeming delay of bus priority lanes in Ward 5 and across the district?
So I'm glad that you are giving me an opportunity to explain, because I find that narrative frustrating and misguided. We completed 2 major projects this year, Columbia Road Northwest and then 11th Street Northwest. So these were full bus priority projects, which means that we, in the case of Columbia Road, upgraded standard bike lanes, full-time center running bus lane northbound, new bus stop islands, shared bus platforms. Then on 11th Street as well, full-time bus lane, upgrade of standard bus bike lanes to protected, and then the shared bus stop platform. So these are expansive projects that benefit all roadway users. They were completed. There are 17 additional bus priority projects that are in design or some planning effort.
You said there are 6?
17 additional.
17.
Okay, so we've talked about Georgia Avenue, Nanny Helens Burroughs, U Street. 12 of the projects in the works are along our high entry corridors. We had staffing shortages during the year. So I think if people think there's something nefarious, we had a lot of gaps in staff and weren't able to backfill. So that did slow down the work, but there was nothing more to it than that. And these projects are complex, but they are moving.
So suffice it to say, you don't think that's a fair assessment?
I don't, and I don't on the bike lanes either. And we can talk about that also.
Thanks for providing that update. Can you speak to Ward 5 bus priority lane project specifically?
See, you're going to make me do a specific project, and I don't have the command of all the details. So I will not try to muddle through. Again, we have.
Well, the headline for me is, I'm glad to hear there are 17 projects in queue. To my knowledge, none of those are in Ward 5 or the major ones that were originally in queue, Florida, Rhode Island being among that list. And I just would reiterate that I continue to call on DDOT to prioritize these main thoroughfares in our ward.
Yeah, and as we begin to staff up, I'm hopeful that we can get at a higher, a better pace of work. But again, it's been, we've been very much hamstrung by that.
Understood. We heard from one of the Ward 5 commissioners earlier about the need for DDOT to have robust transportation plans as it relates to RFK. Can you speak to how DDOT is contributing to stadium transportation plans and what roadblocks, if any, exist?
Yes, so we have a tremendous opportunity with RFK to take another look, especially at least in the shorter term, even Union Station to Benning corridor, as we are sunsetting the trolley, I'm sorry,
Streetcar?
The streetcar, thank you. We can revisit priority bus lanes. We have an option now without the tracks providing any constraint. Councilmember Allen has referenced the $250,000 for planning that was added to our budget last year. So we are using that. We're still scoping that transit study to help specifically on that corridor. Writ large for RFK, we have a key role in terms of helping with the day one roadway configuration, all of the public space permitting, working with utilities. There's a lot of utility work required to do upgrades. I think every major utility is going to be doing something. So we do all of the oversight and permitting for that. And we want to make this the most transit-friendly stadium in the country. We're working very much in tandem with WMATA to, right now we're still at a study phase, but figuring out how we can make the needed upgrades so that for day one, we're ready. And it's inviting to get there, whether it's walking, biking, transit, that you are not going to be dependent on your car.
And sadly, it won't be by trolley. One of the concerns I have, and I'm sure it's a concern shared by many, is that we don't want neighboring communities, parts of Ward 5 included, to be cut through areas for car traffic trying to get to the stadium. And so that is also why it struck me as odd that it seemed like DDOT was not prioritizing the H Street bus lanes, which is something that WMATA signaled as a priority. Can you just speak to the difference of opinion there, and how is that being taken into consideration during this planning phase?
And I'll tell you, independent of the additional study money that was provided in our budget, we did a much smaller phase approach on H Street. So we've already added some pedestrian crosswalks and some bulb outs. We are waiting for the sunsetting of the streetcar because some of the work we need to do for signal upgrades involves digging under the tracks. And so rather than put pauses, we'll be able to do it once the tracks, once the streetcar schedule is done. But we absolutely are going to be taking another crack at the Priority Bus project because we have a new opportunity, again, without tracks constraining us.
Okay, Chairperson Allen said I can ask my last
Okay.
two questions with my remaining time. Since you touched on it, can you provide an update where we are with the monies from the disposal of the streetcar infrastructure? And so, as you know, that money was supposed to go into a designated fund. It is my understanding it hasn't. I'm sorry, circulator. Where are the monies for that project?
So the circulator, the sales from the buses and the other equipment, my understanding is that the legislation was actually never finalized that moved the funding anywhere than going to the general fund.
Okay.
I think it was far less than people anticipated, but it
so that was
today.
the alley-oop, because I'm imagining Chairperson Allen will follow up. I'm going to go to my next question, but I would just say it strikes me as this is another example of the executive picking and choosing which laws it's going to follow, because it was pretty clear in my perspective that those monies were meant to go into a designated fund. I digress. I'm going to let Chairperson Allen follow up on that. Last question. The Q&R bike lanes. I know there are many neighbors that are very pro this development. I know there are many neighbors that are against this development. Can you just provide a status update where we are today and what the future holds as it relates to the Q&R lanes?
We know that an east-west connection in that area is important. We are waiting for the strategic bikeways plan to map out what the most ripe opportunity is. So that project right now is not in the queue, but we will know more from the plan about whether that is going to be on the list.
And quick follow-up, when is that strategic bikeways plan expected?
We're hopeful to have information we can share this summer. There'll be continued engagement in the spring, but a lot of that'll be, I think, sharing and gathering info. But I think the map would be a summer sharing.
Understood. Well, thank you. And thank you, Chairperson Allen, for the additional time.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. And just to clarify, the legislation around the circulator sales was repealed by the mayor. And so that's why I would
Oh,
argue that.
I missed that detail. Okay, so I take back what I said.
Okay, I'm going to turn to sidewalks for a moment, one of our favorite topics, Director. One of the major points of contention, I think, between the agency and our sidewalk safety advocates is striking the right balance between quick fixes to a portion of sidewalk that needs to be repaired and more comprehensive streetscape rehabilitation that incorporates sidewalk repairs into the work plan. We had a meeting that DDOT helped host with some of those advocates not too long ago. But I think it's an area that obviously the committee continues to want to prioritize and work both to work with and to push the agency to have a continued prioritization on the sidewalks. How many FTEs or teams at DDOT do we have that's prioritizing the repairs and quicker fixes, not the full streetscape rehabilitations?
I'm always happy to talk about sidewalks. I am incredibly proud of how fantastic our sidewalks are and how we have a restoration plan, Pave DC, where we do condition assessments and then map out when in the next 5 years the restoration will happen. And one of the key changes that happened based on those meetings was that in addition to having a team that did sort of, and I would say quick fixes, a lot of them are actually permanent restorations, but they're done in very small segments. And that would be, we have a team of folks who do saw cutting so they can make a fix that actually is permanent. But we are now looking at the larger segments that are in the queue for a full restoration and making shorter term fixes. So pulling some of those, especially when there's a big gap, and doing a quick fix while it's in the queue for the full restoration. So we did shift that. And I think that is actually making a tremendous impact, because even though we know there's a problem and that we'll get to it within a year or two, we're now able to do it within weeks. So I would say so much of the perception of what's not working, I think, is dated. I even asked the team that we met with, have you found a city that does a better job with sidewalks than we have? And they did grudgingly confess that no, we are the leaders. We speak at conferences. People really do follow our lead on this. So I do feel like that framing is helpful. I do not have the exact number of staff. I'll tell you, in our roadway services branch, we shifted maybe 2 years ago, staff who were doing more pothole work, and shifted them and did some training and moved them into the sidewalk repair. But I don't have the number in front of me. I would say, I think we actually have a dedicated, skilled team. And I'm not, I don't think that a gap or flaw is that we haven't put enough resources into this work.
Perhaps after the hearing, you and your team could follow up and get us that. When it talks about skilled teams, I think one of the areas that I've seen some successes is when we create partnerships with our bids or other organizations that can create the opportunity to do those types of repairs, do them quickly, do them professionally, and do reimbursement. Is that a partnership that DDOT wants to continue? And then the second part of the question is, want to expand?
We do have 2 bids now off the top of my head that I know of that do sidewalk repairs, and they do it well, and that's worked well. And we do have it as part of our reimbursable maintenance agreement. I have not had a lot of demand for other bids to take that work on because I think it's complicated. We have tried to simplify some of the insurance requirements for bids that want to do this work, because I think that has been a barrier to some taking it on. And those are requirements bigger than what DDOT is asking for. But so yes, we are open for those areas if they are equipped to do it, for bids to take that work on.
Okay. Is there an interest in expanding that capacity though?
From the bids?
Well, no, from you. Like,
Oh.
if you're interested in expanding that capacity, if a bid that has a track record, for example, can show you that they can do more, is there interest and capacity to expand? Well,
not in expanding beyond the bid boundaries. Although I have heard that some bids have talked about maybe they can share some skills and do it within, but no, I want the bid to stay within their bid boundaries and not do other sidewalks that aren't within their portfolio. We rely on bids to fill our gaps, right? I do see very much a fantastic partnership. They are an extension in many ways of the city services. And so when there is work that we're not equipped to do or can't get to fast enough, I will look to bids and have them take those tasks on. We do sidewalks well. We're doing them better and better. I'm not convinced that their work is better or faster than where we are now. So I would say the expansion would be more contingent on them proving that they can, again, fill a gap that we need help with.
Okay. Let me switch to another topic we talked about related to sidewalk safety. That's how do we help collect injury data? How do we assess it? How do we use that information? In the same way, I think we've actually done some great work in being able to help collect and assess injury data in a motor vehicle crash. One of the complaints that we've gotten from our Sidewalk Safety Coalition is how could we do injury collection or injury data collection in a different way that could help inform also where our highest priority sidewalk repairs are needed. I think information via 311 can be a helpful tool. From an injury perspective, there may be some validation concerns that the agency has around that. But since DDOT collects injury information for collisions, for example, how does the District Department of Transportation get notified when there's a crash injury? So let's talk about a motor vehicle, for example. How does the department get pulled into that to create the type of assessment of the injury that took place?
So I know the Highway Safety Office has funding that MPD uses to manage a crash database. So that is managed outside of DDOT. As I mentioned, for fatalities and serious crashes, we have follow-up meetings where we actually often go on site and figure out work that's needed. But for sidewalks, I am a big supporter of doing proactive assessments rather than waiting for someone to get hurt and report it. And we do get claim information from the Office of Risk Management. So we do see when there was a trip and fall that was reported. But I would much rather continue on the condition assessments that we do on a regular basis. We are starting to use new tools. We have the KiwiBot pilot happening at Howard University and GW and now within the neighborhoods. And that those can actually collect sidewalk data and report it to us. And that's another feed that we can use. And we've done some other pilots with segways and LiDAR to find sidewalk anomalies and use that as an input. But ultimately, for when it comes to asset maintenance, that is not, a pothole can pop up, right now, as we see, we've had some water that freezes and a really poorly closed utility cut. And within a day, it can be a massive pothole. For sidewalks, those anomalies don't pop up with the same frequency. And so I think now we're doing it every few years. If we can get to more of an annual assessment and use that to direct our work, I think is a sensible approach.
Yeah. But certainly want to do both. And you kind of anticipated my next question, which was around, does the Office of Risk Management notify DDOT, for example, of claims made on a sidewalk fall? Then how does that help plug back into your analysis of fall data, injury data to then make decisions? So what are the number of cases that have been submitted from the Office of Risk Management to DDOT about sidewalk falls or injuries?
I actually don't have claim data in front of me. So it's scores, not hundreds, a year.
After the hearing, could you provide that for us?
Yes.
How many you're getting? And then how does DDOT use that data? So when you get that information, does it then get assigned out for an assessment of those sidewalk conditions? Does it get plugged into your overall prioritization of sidewalk status?
That information gets shared to the chiefs. I'm not really clear exactly what's done with it. But again, I think we want to be more proactive with the adjustments. And I'm not quite sure if even when we get the claim information, we may have already fixed it. Some of that might have some lags to it. So it's not a great front door for immediate action.
Okay. It seems like it's a door of the ways in which we're able to get accurate information or a pretty strong prompt to do an assessment.
Sure.
So that it helps with the prioritization. And again, as I mentioned earlier, when the comment was made about other projects, daylighting, I'd love tomorrow for you to be able to daylight thousands and thousands of intersections. I know from a capacity and bandwidth, you just aren't going to be able to do that. So as we think about sidewalks, it's reasonable that you have to prioritize where you see the highest risks versus lowest risks. But it feels like that ORM data points can be one more data point into that overall assessment so that you take your constrained resources and prioritize the biggest hits.
Yes. And when we get the claims, we remediate in those locations if they haven't already been done. I just want
Okay.
to make that more clear. Yes. Was
Okay.
there another question? Sorry.
Nope, you got it.
Okay.
All right. It feels like there's not a single door. There's multiple doors where this information comes in that helps us do our job better. And it feels like when it comes to our crashes on a roadway, we have multiple doors that come into that, what I think are fairly thorough assessments that are made, which then lead to direct interventions and improvements to make it a safer space. Given the volume of folks that we have talking about our sidewalk safety, feels like we want to open those different doors that come in to help us prioritize and get the work done. I appreciate you and I have had multiple conversations around our sidewalks. I see the department making steps and making improvements. I'd love to see 100 improvements tomorrow. I understand that you've got capacity constraints that you're going to work through, and how we help prioritize those, I think, is part of what I really want to make sure we're working on.
Okay. And I just, just for some context, in the last calendar year, we restored 43 miles of our sidewalk, part of our 2025 paving plan. And we have about, 113 miles planned for the next few years. Saw cutting teams restored about 713 sites. We are doing them. And when a lot of the advocates that we meet with talk about the process issue, when it comes to give me your list of sites where there's still a problem, we actually don't get a list. And when we do, in one or two cases, the address was wrong in 311, right? So I don't think this is this is an area where we're incredibly high performing and we have fantastic residents with very high standards. But it's not I think our process is great. And we look at 311s and we look at our claims and we do proactive assessments and we do long-term planning and we have built out our short-term planning. And now, as you know, thanks to one of your constituents, we're looking at new materials and we're really excited about the stamped concrete pilot that we're going to roll out. Oh, I'll beat you to it.
Look
Okay.
at that. All right, please tell me, give us an update on the brick stamped concrete pilot program.
Yes. Can we call it the Roberta Shapiro pilot? We struggle with brick sidewalks. Even when we do a full restoration within 6 months, a brick can come loose and there can be a problem. And we know most of the trips happen and most of the restoration challenges are with bricks. And so we are testing out stamped concrete that will look visibly and be colored like bricks. But we anticipate it lasting potentially up to 20 years as opposed to months before we need to do any sort of maintenance effort. So we have 4 locations. We're hoping to start in March, knock wood that the temperature continues on this mild trend. But 5th Street Northeast between K and I, 10th Street Northeast between H and I, 10th Street Northeast between G and H, and then on 11th Street Northeast between Maryland and E. We are not approved to do this within historic areas. We need to do the pilot and hopefully win over the Historic Preservation Office and show them that this actually has the same visibility, even though, as Commissioner Shapiro has educated us, bricks are not historic to DC, but we have those constraints. So we will showcase when these are done and hopefully get the support we need to do it on a more widespread basis.
Got it. So have any of the sidewalks been installed yet?
This batch that we're piloting has not been installed yet.
Okay. What is the date that we expect them to be installed?
I said March is when we hope. It's
So-
all weather dependent. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
And then what does the assessment of them look like? And I guess what I'm kind of getting at is the blocks you mentioned, is one side being done as stamped concrete and the other side of the street is not, and so you want a side-by-side comparison. How are you helping evaluate if this is a good idea or not? And again, I don't think we're going to know in the first 6 months or year what the durability of this looks like, what the impacts are. So can you talk a little bit about what do you think the assessment looks like?
Right. Well, from our end, if we're looking at maintenance, it will be very much about durability. What happens, there's going to be tree roots, there's other kinds of things that could do damage to concrete. So as you said, it is probably the kind of thing that, it's a longer term study to see maintenance efforts, although we're pretty confident that the maintenance costs will be much lower than brick, knowing what we do about brick in the area. So we pick segments that really are ready for restoration. There wasn't magic to it other than they had some conditions that we wanted to track and they needed restoration. We will be comparing them to blocks in the vicinity that are restored with bricks to see. I think a lot of the ultimate buy-in from the Historic Preservation Office will be more of aesthetics. And I don't know what their time horizon is for when they would say we're comfortable with it. Hopefully it won't be years and years.
Okay. Let me move to some of our cycling questions. My colleagues asked most of the questions. I did want to ask around something I mentioned when we were talking about the snow response. We still have a significant number of our bike lanes that even today still have ice and snow that make them impassable. Just the other day, I was going down, walking down Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast on Capitol Hill, and snow and ice got piled up there, and so they're still blocked. From a snow response perspective, and again, I know part of the response, well, I'll let you say it, but my understanding is some of that's going to be when the snow, based on the type of snow we get, you have either different abilities to clear snow and the ice made it difficult. So let me let you respond to that first. The second part of the question is going to be, as we see melting take place and we now have more of a slush, is this the time where we're able to actually come back out now and start clearing some of these spaces, or we're just going to have to wait till March and when the sun finally melts the stuff?
So one of the great things about our bike network is that we have over 41 miles of protected bike lanes, but it is incredibly challenging to now clear those lanes and trails. We have equipment that is dedicated for removing snow and debris from bike lanes. Unfortunately, some are very narrow and the equipment doesn't fit into it. And as you know, with the budget challenges, we've actually have a freeze on the equipment and fleet that we can purchase. So we did our best with the available resources. We cleared about half of the trails and bike lanes. We didn't get to all of them. It took probably a full 10 days to get to the 20 miles that we were able to do. And really the crews doing it are our bike team, our bike planners and engineers. I think people don't realize how much of the actual labor is DDOT staff getting redeployed. And they did it was a Herculean effort. But the timeline for them to be able to continue on to get to the full 40, it would have been through today, right? And especially when we don't have the right equipment because of the ice, traditional plows and whatnot just weren't, it was a diminishing returns in terms of the effort. So we did decide to pull a plug, but I do think we have the equipment for normal snow. We would have been able to use it and it would have worked quickly as it normally does. And then for the narrower ones, we can do that manually, but it would have been March by the time we finished. So anyway, we made a decision, we prioritized, we tried to communicate to to the public where those cleared lanes were. I know there's one exchange you were on where there was a block and a half that was a very narrow section that we didn't do. So I'm proud of the work that we did get accomplished, but we are resigned to the fact that for this storm, we just had to do what we could, and optimistic that the next few storms will be more typical, and then we were able to clear them fully.
Okay, so you believe that the equipment you have, the plan you have, had this been a more traditional snowstorm, you would have cleared all the bike lanes?
Yes.
Okay.
And traditionally we're able to. The equipment was of marginal effectiveness because of the ice.
Okay. And then I know, at least in the last snowstorm we had last year, our dear friends, the National Park Service, would shovel snow and ice into the bike lane after DDOT had cleared it. Have there been conversations with our dear friends with the National Park Service to tell them not to do that ever again?
We had foresight and we reached out to them, I think when it was still snowing, and asked that they not do this. And yes, I think we avoided those same problems this year.
Let me switch to some good news on bikes. So from our e-bike incentive program, which I know is up and running right now, in FY25, over 4,000 applicants applied, 365 vouchers went out, 3/4 of which were to preferred applicants, meaning our lower income applicants. The recipients are selected by lottery. 90.1% redemption rate, which I assume means that the people who actually went to lottery, got the voucher, actually then purchased a bike. That's how I should read that.
Correct.
Okay. One of the questions that I was curious about is, have we been able to break down the fact that 75% are going to our preferred applicants tells me we're targeting the right way. Is there a geographic or ward-based breakdown of who received the vouchers?
That is a good, oh yes, there is.
Oh, right.
So I actually have a breakdown by applicant.
Okay.
Oh, and actually, I think it includes, sorry. Yes, it adds up to 329. So we have a great breakdown. I would say Ward 5 has 20%, Ward 8, 18%, Ward 7, 16%, and then 6 is at 13, Ward 1 is at 12, and then 2 and 3 are at 5%. I can share this with you. in case
Yeah,
the
no, that'd be
primary-
helpful.
But
my
but we
main
have a
takeaway from
great-
that is, if I'm doing my math real fast, more than 50% were focused in wards 5, 7, and 8.
Correct.
Which is great.
Yep.
Okay, so that's very good news. Yeah, if you can follow up with that, that'll be helpful. When we had the public testimony, we had at least one public witness who said that the e-bike voucher program was only going to residents in wards 1 and 3, and not benefiting residents in wards 7 and 8. And I just want to make sure we have the data to help show not only are we focusing this program where we promised, which is on preferred applicants, but also from a geographic standpoint, it is absolutely helping residents in wards 5, 7, and 8 more than other neighborhoods.
Absolutely. I will tell you that one change that we're making in this fiscal year's program is that we will be targeting all to the preferred applicant group. So that is a change from fiscal year
Well,
25.
Just the sheer demand you had, I think, backs up a move like that. Again, when you only have 365 vouchers available, roughly, and you have almost 4,500 people applying, we want this to go to the folks who need it the most. So that's good.
Indeed.
Thank you. I know that you did an analysis of the program as well, and DDOT found that, quote, voucher redeemers reduced their driving by half. That's good. Doubled their e-bike trips. Sounds good. And quadrupled their transportation security index score. All right, what does that even mean? What's a transportation security index score? Why should we care about that?
Right. So this is where we have the lab at DC that are able to use hard data. So we did look at a control group and then the 329 voucher recipients. And it was, a randomized trial that was done and really looking at increased transportation security, exactly what you said, reduced trips, and it had a greater impact on lower income residents, really. Compared to the control group. So in terms of the Transportation Security Index score, I don't have a specific breakdown of what that includes, but I would say that having a higher one after 6 months is a win.
We're a quadruple one after 6 months. Sounds like an
Indeed.
even bigger win. So overall, what does the study say about the efficacy of this program?
That it is a game changer for those who are able to own an e-bike, that it really does. It's transformative in terms of their ability to get to where they need to go.
And for the hundreds of people that have now cut their car trips in half, what does that impact mean for all the people who do need to take a car trip?
Oh, are you asking, is the congestion reduced now with
It
fewer
means that
people on the
there's
road?
fewer cars on the road. So for the person that needs to make the car trip,
Right.
it means that they probably are experiencing less congestion as a result.
And we're continuing to promote e-bikes for our DoorDasher and Uber Lyft or sort of Uber Eats drivers. We also have a pilot where we have given the e-bike and have battery swap stations. We have 2 in the city. And it's a way also to reduce the number of cars that are pulling up, because a lot of the fast casual restaurants are in very dense commercial corridors where parking really comes at a premium. And if they can use bike lanes and use their e-bike and pull out of the way without blocking a travel lane, it's really win-win. And that has also had great success. We're on our
That
second
is
cohort.
also better for congestion and for curbside management. And I'm going to wager you're going to get your hamburger faster on an e-bike than you are if that hamburger in a car.
Indeed.
So everybody, it's a win-win-win around. All right, let's talk about Capital Bike Share. Capital Bike Share experienced another record-breaking year, 6.6 million trips in 2025. That's a 9% increase in ridership. I will also say one of the things I asked for last year, and you told me would happen, did. Capital Bike Share did, following a little bit of Metro Rewind of letting people be able to evaluate what their trips look like the year before. Capital Bike Share rolled that out as well. Maybe it should be closer to early January next year, but still glad they did it. It was a fun thing for people to see. Are there any notable trends that you're seeing in respect to that growing ridership? Is it, for example, mainly tourists that are coming in town? Is it DC residents that are finding that ridership to be just more convenient and faster?
I do appreciate the acknowledgement, the 6.6 million rides. We are also the second largest bike share system in the country, outpacing the peer systems in Chicago, Boston, and San Francisco. So really so proud of all of Cabby's growth and popularity, even with the fare increase in August, to really help us become sustainable and cover our costs. So not only have we continued to grow ridership, highest in the 15-year history, it was 9% over what it was last year. We continue to add vehicles, add bikes. We are adding another 1,000 e-bikes this year. And our membership has also grown. So we were in 2024, we were 33,000. This year, we're at 36,000. So we have seen growth in terms of the one-time users from visitors as well as our membership. And we continue to upgrade the infrastructure, the docking stations, and add more vehicles.
Great. Are the 1,000 new e-bikes, are they to swap out and retire e-bikes, or are they a net increase of 1,000 to the fleet?
We're actually adding 1,000 new this year, and that will be additive. So we'll end up with over 4,000 total e-bikes in the system.
I know that I'm not saying that people are e-bike snobs, but I know for myself, when I go up to that station, if I see an e-bike, that's my preferred choice over the analog 150-pound red bike. So no shade to the old way, but the e-bikes I think are driving a lot of that too, because it is such a quick and convenient way to get around. I also have heard, at least anecdotally, from a lot of folks who find the bikes, because they are a little more substantial in size, for the person who is not your everyday bike rider, there's a stronger sense of security on the bike because it just feels a little more substantial. And so they're more confident when they're biking through our bike network with that. So that's good. You mentioned though, obviously we had the decision was made to increase the membership fee from $95 to $120 per year. And you mentioned having to offset costs. What were some of the cost drivers that required or prompted the change?
And so managing the program itself, it is costly. We have a partnership, a contract with Lyft that actually does the day-to-day management of the program. And that involves rebalancing bikes when people put a 311 in because there is a lone bike on a sidewalk blocking, they retrieve them. And there is just a lot of staff it's intensive work to manage the operating cost. And that had been always something that was an additive cost to it was an additive to our budget to help maintain the program. And we're hopeful that some of the changes we made this summer to the cost structure will actually allow us to be self-sustaining.
Okay. And since the August, we've got several months now. So since the fee change in August, what have the subscription numbers, the new members look like? Is it continuing on the same pace of 2025? Have we seen any dip in terms of new members coming on board? What's our experience been now that we have about 6 months of experience with the new rate?
We have not noticed really much change. I mean, it's still, I guess, relatively new, but I would say whatever trend we were on continues.
Okay. And and again, that 120 is for the basic annual membership fee. There are still programs available that have discounted membership, correct?
Correct. We did make some modifications to that program. So instead of it, the Cabby for All program having unlimited rides, it's now more of a sort of upfront $30 per month free rides. We had found that there was some very small scale but significant abuse of the program. And this new structure still allows people that are using it as their daily way to commute or for what they need. It suffices to help them do that without having the abusers just having an e-bike, 24/7 on demand. And that was driving up our costs significantly.
Yeah. And how are we assessing the efficacy of those changes? So if there's again, small cohort of folks who are abusing the system, we don't want to make changes for a small cohort that have detrimental impacts on everybody else who needs that system. How are we assessing the changes and tweaks that were made to make sure that they are that the system still remains in effect for the lion's share of folks who are not abusing the system at all?
Right. I mean, we did a lot of research upfront when this new structure was proposed. And so I think we did it with some comfort that this would be able to meet the need of our Cabby for All program, but closing a loophole. So in terms of individual users, we haven't seen a drop off in that regard. It's a good question in terms of what other indicators would show if there was a problem. But again, we seem, notwithstanding the weather right now, really not noticing any major changes in terms of users.
Okay. My colleagues kind of asked several other specific questions around some of the bike trail and bike lane infrastructure. I'll kind of echo some of the questions they had already asked those. I'm not going to echo and repeat the question, just echo the sentiment that I heard from my colleagues, especially when it comes to East-West. There is a growing perception that whether it be Arizona Avenue or whether it be other projects that either are being slow walked, that aren't moving forward, or are being watered down in a way that reduces their ability to be as effective as they could be. And I think you heard some of my colleagues kind of touch on that, and I share that concern. I feel like this is at least the third year in a row that we've asked about those east-west connections, about Q and R and other bike infrastructure that feels like it's always next year. It's always next year. And so when we head into the budget hearing, I want to be able to talk through specifics of especially some of those east-west connections so that we can ensure you've got the resources necessary. You made this comment. You didn't say it this way, but I will. It is important for council members to show up at these meetings and step up front and help make sure that from community engagement, there is good community engagement, but there's going to be a decision made, and that council members and ANC commissioners, everybody else, hopefully can take that role to help provide the cover, because sometimes you need the political cover to make a tough decision when you know there's not a unanimous decision on everything under the sun. So I hope my colleagues also are committed to doing that as well. But I also believe we've got to hold the department accountable, deliver on these projects that have been hanging around for a long time.
And if I may, I know that there is a perception that somehow the bike lane projects have been slowed down and not progressing. We built 5.7 miles of protected bike lanes last year. And I do want to just point out that when we submitted think in our pre-hearing questions may have failed to include Florida Avenue from 2nd to H Street, which was a fantastic it was a corridor project that included a beautiful protected bike lane that was over 2 miles long. So that 14th Street Northeast, one of the things that I also want to amplify, because it is a course measure to say how many new miles, and we have a commitment in Move DC to do 5 miles a year. We've really been able to maintain that, but we are now doing some really hard segments that may not show in terms of mileage, but really key connectors that weren't done previously because they're particularly hard. I think K Street Northeast between 1st and 2nd, again, a very small segment, but it's under an underpass.
Mhm.
It was a major roadway
It's a major gap.
reconfiguration.
Absolutely.
And I think we get short shrift when people focus on Arizona Avenue, things that didn't happen that they want to have happen. When you look at how many significant projects got over the finish line this past year and prior years, 17th Street Northeast, Columbia Road Northwest, all of the easy ones are gone. Every single one of these projects has huge challenges in terms of the actual, design of them, as well as opponents. There's trade-off with curbside that you are often getting some of the vociferous, complaints about it. So I just need to take exception to the perception, not that you were saying it, but some of your colleagues earlier were, that somehow we've taken our foot off the pedal. None of these are easy. We're doing the mileage, we're doing the hard ones. And, we had some years in the past where we did get well over 5 miles, but that was beyond what our goal was. And we have much to be proud of. We have the best infrastructure in the city. So I just need to do some framing of that, but
Mhm.
I'll let you ask questions.
No, I want to give you the space for that. I remember a couple of years ago, folks at DDOT saying a lot of the easy decisions have been made already. And so each year, those trade-offs will start to get a little harder, a little harder. And so I think that to make these decisions, you've got to have the political support. It's up and down the line. So that's above you, and that's from the council as well. And I think it makes the job easier to get to those trade-offs, to wrestle with them, and then try to make the best decision possible when you've got the backing. And you and your staff that have to go out to the community meetings know that people have their back. And that's both all the way up the executive line, and that's all the way up on the council line too. Let me talk about public transit for a little bit. So my colleagues also had already talked about the Better Bus network and some of our bus priority lanes. We're in the conversation we had with WMATA, as we look towards this summer, will be a chance to make some adjustments to the Better Bus network. I think most of the changes have been improvements and have gone well. We've definitely heard some feedback where bus lines, bus networks have not performed the way that we want, or the reliability hasn't been there. We have some bus lines where the bus shows up every 30 to 40 minutes, which makes it an unreliable ride. How is DDOT hearing and collecting feedback to then get to WMATA to help them make changes? Is there a formal conversation happening between DDOT and WMATA to give them the feedback to how they make changes, or is it all WMATA is going to make those changes?
I'll tell you, our priority is to increase transit ridership and make it as inviting as possible. That's kind of our contribution. And which is a lot more global than segment here versus segment there. When it came to the redesign, we hear from anytime we have a community meeting, we did get a lot of feedback. We did pass that on. And I know that our staff did confer with WMATA. I don't think it is their role to make those trade-off decisions and ultimately come up with a map, but we did help provide color where we could. Our goal, though, in terms of just driving adoption of transit comes in many different ways. And whether that is improving the bus platforms to make it easier to load so that the buses don't need to pull in, and for people who need to use the ramp don't have to, wrestle between parked cars to access the ramp. We use fare subsidies to make it inviting, whether that's kids ride free, adult learners, priority bus lanes, our Go DC Go transportation demand management consulting group goes out and really works with employers to try to encourage them to provide transit subsidies. And then, adding cabbies, docking stations at metro stops. So we try to do things to make it inviting and make it easy to adopt and use. In terms of specific routes, we are consultative, but really an ancillary player.
Okay. But there's no, specific to the routes, there's no way in which you're receiving feedback to give to WMATA.
Inevitably people will share their feedback with
Oh,
us,
I know.
and we will
Share them with me.
pass it on. And I feel like that is our role, to make sure that WMATA hears. We also, encourage them to have community meetings, but yes, so we will share information, but we are not driving the decisions. In some ways, we shape our work based on their decisions. So, we had to relook at our best priority plans based on their new network to make sure that there's no changes that would, either deprioritize or prioritize routes. So again, we work very closely with them, but we tend to stay in our lane, so to speak.
Okay. Well, we're going to come back to lanes in a second. All right. Dead bus stops. So after we made these changes, we have a bunch of bus stops that physically are still there, or the signage is still there. There's no stop there anymore. I know I've talked to you about some in Ward 6 that have been there for years now, and still the signs haven't been changed. So we have residents who haven't seen a bus. They know it's a dead bus stop. There is no bus, and they park and they get tickets. I can understand demobilizing an entire bus shelter is probably a little harder than changing a sign, but we are months and months and months past these changes. What is the timeline for getting these changes made?
And you are absolutely right. I am not going to be getting defensive at all on the criticism. It is taking us far too long. And I understand the chafing and frustration that residents feel when there is limited curbside space and the signage is now still saying no parking. I have shared, now I'm going to sound defensive, that we had zero budget, zero resources to do these upgrades. And there were far more, in the hundreds. So we prioritized when the stop bar line needed to change so that the bus could make a safe turn. There were a bunch of other emergency signage, pavement marking changes that we needed to make, and we did those first. The balance of things like the signage, we have created work orders for the hundreds of them. We're hoping that the assessments and installations should all be done by the end of this summer. I know that sounds like a long time, but that's our goal, to get those done. And, I wish we had a surge team to have done that more quickly, but we're focused on getting these sort of less safety driven, but freeing up the curbside done now that the weather's nice for the next few months.
Okay. I think you get also prioritize these in different ways. Again, demobilizing an entire shelter is going to be different than putting a sign up. And I would also argue, and I'm going to harp again on my East Capitol Street, there hasn't been a bus for years. There's not even a better bus change. These are years that the bus stop still stays. The signage looks like there's a bus stop there, and there hasn't been a bus that stopped at that in years. Can you prioritize?
We're going to
my East Capitol
prioritize
Street?
East Capitol Street.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you. We got to do them all, but that one is driving me particularly nuts. Okay. When it comes to our bus shelters, so where are we? I thought we were going to have a new contract in place by now.
The solicitation has been extended, and I am very hopeful it will be awarded soon. There has been some complexity tied to having any sort of the kiosks, those standalone kiosks. There was legislation passed right after this solicitation had been released. And so there was some concern of the potential bidders about having sort of competing advertising in the public space in the proximity. And so we've been trying to work through how to manage that potential conflict.
That kiosk had nothing to do with our bus shelters, though.
The bus shelter advertisers, and they're really the ones who do the bus, it's a bus shelter maintenance agreement that gets paid through advertisements. So yeah, the bidders all were very concerned about having that. So yeah, it would, in other cities, they've had solicitations that, had no conforming bids or, really lost interest, lost revenue because of this competition. So it's very real to the potential bidders.
Okay. So one of the biggest changes that we need to make is that we have this cap on the number of shelters that we could have in the, I guess, the existing, but I'm gonna call it the previous contract. And in our hearing last year, we talked about this contract is going to either remove it altogether or significantly increase it, correct?
Yes, and I should say the legacy contract is still active. There was an extension. So we do have maintenance services. We are not getting new. We do need to have the new award happen. And the good news is, we'll have double the number of shelters we have now. The cap will be much higher. So that will no longer be a concern. We've been very, judicious in where we're putting shelters now because we have so few, and that'll be, will be released from that concern.
Okay. And will the new contract, does it create a new cap, just double what we currently have, or is it unlimited number of shelters?
It will double the current inventory. We think that that would mean that any possible location that has the physical space to do it, it would suffice. We don't want to have a problem with a future cap that we want to go beyond.
All right. So for all intents and purposes, it essentially will allow a shelter to be built where any shelter it would be eligible to go in.
Correct.
Okay. When we think about our bus riders as well, we had at the hearing, and you probably had you or your team take note of this, we had about 2 full panels of adult learners come in to testify strongly in support of the adult learner subsidy program, praising that as a real lifeline for adult learners. What they pretty consistently talked about, and then actually had data to kind of back this up, was that the current $70 per month really only covers about 3 out of the 4 weeks of their month. And so they run out. And what they have been advocating for is that we raise the limit to $100 per month. And that would, I think, in their poll in this, or in their data, said it would cover about 95% of adult learners with their transportation costs. What is the total number of program participants in the adult learner subsidy program currently?
I don't have that data in front of me in terms of the number of participants.
Okay, could we get that, please?
Sure.
Is there, I want to give you a chance, any reaction to, again, I'm pretty sure either you or your team were watching and took note of that, around the $70 to $100, any initial thoughts to the testimony they shared?
Yeah, I was aware that there was a number of witnesses. I would say it's definitely something we should talk about in the budget hearing, because really it is not about how we administer the benefit. It's really about the actual dollars that are put into it. And I'll tell you one area that I don't have enough data on, but there is alternative programs. I think MetroLift is also another subsidy. I don't know if there's concentric circles in terms of who participates in adult learners and who could actually receive that, but there may be a way between the 2 programs that they're able to get the full month covered. So in the short term, I do think it's probably worthwhile for people to explore all of the available subsidy programs, but regardless, it feels like it's really a budget discussion.
Okay. I agree it's gonna be a budget discussion. I feel like they made a pretty compelling case, and so I'd love to work with you and the mayor and others to think about how we could solve that in the upcoming budget. When we think about our bus priority lanes, I know a couple of my colleagues also already talked about some of this. I want to specifically talk about the Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast bus priority lanes. Feel like it's been, we've talked about this for the last maybe year and a half or so. We do not have markings that show AM rush or PM rush for when these are curbside parking versus travel versus they're not dedicated versus bus priority lanes. We have that on other bus lanes, but not here. And every time I ask about it, it's Councilmember, we're going to take a look at that and see if we can do it. I think one time I was told we can't put the paint down, which makes no sense to me because we put the paint down other places. Right now, these lanes are chronically blocked with a parked vehicle because it's not clear on the signage. Unless we just expect every driver who's going by to somehow slow down and read the 8-point font on the sign on the sidewalk, which I don't think is a realistic expectation. It feels like a super simple way to just put down AM or PM rush in paint. And we do it other places and it seems like it works. Why have we not done that yet?
Look, I'm very supportive of the proposal. It's really something we need to do when we do an actual upgrade or restoration of the paint. So I want that to be a new standard every time we're doing it. But I know there was some constraints about doing it as an additive after it's already been installed. I don't have more details than that.
When are we going to do a comprehensive redo of the entire paint though?
Well,
that'll be years from now.
Well, I don't know when Pennsylvania Avenue in particular, when that's up for its next upgrade,
It was
but
only a year and a half ago or so that it was installed. So
Oh,
I think that'll be.
I think it's been a little longer, but because I know we've done it before and after, which anyway. But this construction season, they will be done. What I don't know is if it's going to be done across the board or the ones that are targeted for some sort of maintenance effort.
Okay. I can go get a bucket of white paint and a roller and you could have me do it. The lines won't be as clear, but I could do it.
Have you seen the way these get installed? It's actually little
I know.
pebbles that get heated.
And I'm going to bring out a little hair dryer and I'll put my little things in and I'll just dry it out there.
You will see them this summer. I am assuming that this will be on Pennsylvania Avenue, but I don't know about across the board or specific timeline, so I can follow up with you on that.
Would we agree that it seems like it's best practice though? That it helps drivers who they're not looking to park. They're either just using that lane because it's unclear. It's not an always bus lane.
Right.
So we've got to communicate to the people who are going to be using it when they're supposed to be in it, when they're not supposed to be in it. And a little bit of paint goes a long way.
Yeah, no, I agree. We want to make it abundantly clear. And I know that when they're not 24-hour, there's a lot of uncertainty and that doesn't help with compliance.
Okay. All right. You heard my Ward 7 colleague talk a little bit about future of H Street and Benning Road. So I want to check in on that. The committee allocated $250,000 in capital funding so the agency could create a strategic vision for transit along H and Benning for those corridors. Can you give us an update on that effort and the use of those funds?
Yes, and we are very excited about looking more deeply at what transit improvements can happen on the corridor. We also are coordinating very closely with WMATA on some of those alternatives. I mean, we meet bi-weekly. There's a working group dedicated to this, and we're looking at some alternatives for the bus priority and bus operations. I don't have any more details than that, other than it's our priority as well. And we're enthusiastic about what we can do in the short term with perhaps revisiting a priority bus lane now that the streetcar and the tracks are no longer a constraint.
Well, you got to give me a little detail for $250,000. We put $250,000 in the budget for this year. So what are we spending our money on?
I believe that we are still in the process of
have we
getting
expended any of those
consultant.
dollars?
Sorry?
Have we expended?
We have
those dollars?
not, but the good news is we have experts on our team, so we are not only dependent on the consultant. I have a briefing scheduled for later this week, so I will know a lot more then. We sort of lost some time with snow and things got pushed. So I don't have great detail other than I have a team that is working diligently on this specific corridor with the 250 and looking at getting some consulting support to get us over the finish line.
Okay. Could after your briefing, could I ask for a meeting or a briefing from the team on specifically how are you planning to use these dollars and how are we looking at H and Benning?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. Have we figured out what next generation streetcar means yet?
We're still looking at alternatives. I would say that the infrastructure changes to continue to do some charge in motion options, even if we don't need the bottom tracks. It is an incredibly expensive conversion. So I think it was still early concept ideas that we could do it, which could take advantage of some of the infrastructure, but it would be, a $30 million plus switch just for the infrastructure to get converted. So it's not a cheap fix. So I think we want to look at other, alternatives that if we can take advantage of existing streetcar and it helps, great, but all things are on the table.
Okay. What is the plan? So the streetcar is going to end on into March, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Are you and I going on the final ride together?
we can go on the final ride.
Okay. What are we doing with the existing assets? For example, the shelters, stations, the signs. What is the demobilization plan for all that is sitting on the corridor currently?
Yeah, I mean, our first priority is to make sure that we keep it safe. So making sure the Pepco knows to turn the big power off. And we are inventorying all of the elements that will need to get disposed of. It is time consuming and costly. It's not, we don't have a dedicated budget for it, so we will have to do it methodically, but it may not be fast. But we're planning now for all of the moving parts.
Okay. So will the shelters still be up?
So there are some things we're exploring, including possibly a center running BRT that could take advantage of the shelters. So I think we will not demobilize equipment that we might have some future use for.
Okay. But on H Street in particular, I can't get a bus to use those because the elevation goes up.
Correct.
Because the
Correct.
step off platform is a different height. So we're not going to reuse those for buses.
No, but it's unclear if there's a way we can do some sort of conversion. So we're looking into that as a scenario. And if we can't, then we'll remove it. But if there's some modification and it makes sense, then we would take advantage of it.
Okay. We can follow up after the hearing. There definitely are some shelters, if they're not going to be used, and there's no prospect in the future of them being used, they need to be removed. And so I can follow up with you. There are a couple specifically where we also have some challenges around them.
Okay.
And so we'll talk about that. When we held the hearing a couple of months ago on RFK specifically, we talked about the transit planning. I appreciate your comments just a little bit ago to my colleague. This has to be a transit first stadium. How often is DDOT meeting with WMATA on the contract that was awarded right before that hearing?
All the time. So we have a bi-weekly working group, monthly leadership sessions, recurring meetings on all of the planning for it. So it's very much integrated. And you're talking about specifically about the $2 million transportation study. Yes, we're working very closely.
Okay. Since we've put put millions of dollars in, what is our visibility into it? So from an oversight perspective, is there a quarterly report out? Right now I'm flying blind. So I'm trusting when you say we're meeting here, we're doing this, there's good stuff happening. I don't see any of it. So what's our visibility into some of the decision-making or trade-offs that we're having to consider?
I mean, I think in the short term, you're not missing anything because the consultants are coming up with some options and scenarios and some costs and whatever else. I think there probably will be a time when the report is more complete and options can be shared. I'll be honest, I don't have a good sense of the timeline. It's probably a better question to ask of WMATA. But I think the last hearing we had, it was a little early and we didn't have a whole lot of details. But I'm hopeful that that's the work the consultants will do, is to really give some more color to the alternatives and pros and cons and costs. So that will be happening well before decisions are made.
Okay. My concern is that, and WMATA has expressed this concern to me, that in order for them to be able to meet an opening day 2030, if there is a significant reconstruction of stadium armory, which to me is the base level of what has to happen, In particular, if we're able to build a new station, these decisions have to be happening a lot faster, or else they just simply are not going to be able to get the work done in a time that meets, and we cannot have an opening day and we don't have a metro station that is where it needs to be. So I feel a greater sense of urgency around this than kind of waiting for a report to come in that might show me some options. One, I'm not exactly sure I'm going to be actually shown options. I'm just going to be shown a final report of what we're doing. But also, I'm nervous about the timeline of WMATA being able to do what it's got to do.
Mhm.
So
I mean, I'm happy to,
sense of urgency.
yes, and I'm happy, and my team is a lot closer to the discussions than I am. I'm happy to have a briefing and share with you where things are, so you have some
Maybe we'll
insight
combine
to
that with
milestones.
our 8th Street and Binning. piece.
Okay.
Okay. Let me move to another favorite topic. Let's talk autonomous vehicles. So we sent in our pre-hearing questions. DDOT had responded that you have issued a contract to draft the report. This is the legislatively required report. Under this contract, DDOT plans to release a separate in-depth research paper to assess the state of AV testing and deployment across the nation. So if you can help me understand this, is DDOT working on a separate research paper while a contractor is working on a report? Are there two different reports? Is this one and I'm just not understanding or following? Can you elaborate on that?
So it's the same consultant that's working on both. There's an earlier phase that is, I think, a lay of the land. And it is I think it's just really going to be helpful context for all interested stakeholders. That's what we have drafts now that should be readily available. I think the second component,
Drafts of that now that are readily available. What does that mean?
it will be readily available shortly. I think the second component of the report that they're pulling together is the one that I think you're most interested in, which is looking for more of a blueprint. And if you are drafting legislation, I think it lays out considerations that will be helpful for that exercise.
And what is our current timeline on when the contractor delivers and then when DDOT either releases, publishes, whatever the right terminology is that you would do?
I think we're expecting around May to have a draft, and shortly thereafter, we'll review it and can share.
Okay. Okay, so May is when you would receive your draft. That doesn't mean it's a publicly available draft at that point.
Correct.
Okay. The AV working group last met in December 2024. Is that correct? So more than a year ago. Why did the group stop meeting?
I think that we had hit a position where they had recommendations for the regulations, and until there's sort of a new exercise in front of them, we were not didn't have much sort of work or focus for them to continue meeting.
Okay, so the AV working group and the development of this contracted report are separate. They're not working together.
No, I would say I think that was something that was recommended as a next step, but no, I mean, the consultant is looking at a number of stakeholders, and that's my understanding is that's part of their deliverable, was that they'll have input from various stakeholders. So I wouldn't be surprised if people part of the working group were solicited for information, but I don't think they had a formal role.
Okay. Is the intent that the AV working group would be reconvened? I
think there's value to having a working group, especially when we have some deliberations or things we need input on.
Okay. And DDOT also mentioned that it spent $176,000 on the report in FY24 and FY25. I'm assuming that's combined. If the contract for the report was recently awarded, who did we pay in FY24 and 25?
The same contractor who's doing the report, I believe there were different deliverables, and I think there may have been an early phased. I'm not quite sure if we've expended all the money. I think, as you recall, funds were swept. So I don't know if there was a payment made, but the majority of the resources we had available for the 25 report ended up getting swept this summer. And then we had to find money in 26 to finish the report. So
Okay. When you say swept this summer, you mean when the congressional hold on the budget?
correct. And every non-mission critical expenditure was eliminated.
Let me turn to electric vehicles for a moment. DDOT recently announced the launch of a neighborhood curbside EV charging station pilot program. I know as we worked through some of our EV charging infrastructure legislation, this was a topic of concern where the agency wanted to pilot some curbside charging, not necessarily be required to add in lots of curbside parking. So the EV pilot, as I understand it, is partnering with an EV charging company, and the intent is to put one per ward, and I believe you've rolled out one in Ward 1. I know you're
Correct. It's
flipping through
actually,
section.
we will have 8 locations, so one in every ward, but each location will have 2 chargers.
Okay.
So this pilot, yes, Ward 1 has had the installation done last week. And so we'll do the remaining 7 wards over the next few months.
And these are curbside.
Curbside level 2 chargers.
And is it where I would normally see RPP parking? Where is it?
It depends. It would either be in place of curbside or 2-hour parking.
Okay.
And it'll be 4-hour parking. The cars must be charging while they're parked there. And, we know there is great demand for EV charging. This is not going to meet all of the needs. So the NEVI fast charging, is also greatly needed. And we are going to have a new request for applications this spring. We have NEVI funds. I think you were aware we had an awarded provider who then pulled out, unfortunately. So we have to start the process over again to find another provider. But really, we need the mix of fast chargers and supplemented with curbside.
Okay. When you say a solicitation out in the spring, is that for the other 7 sites?
No, sorry, I'm differentiating
Okay.
the NEVI funds. These are the federal funds, National EV Infrastructure Funds, will allow us to help pay for the installation of fast chargers primarily on private property. So the last recipient was Shell. I think they were going to build them out on at some of their gas stations. So that is a separate effort from the curbside charging that'll be in 8 wards.
Okay. So when will we find out about the other 7 sites, for example, then for the pilot program?
We're still, I think some of them have been identified. I'll have to get back to you. I know they're based in neighborhoods. I don't have the addresses in front of me, or I'm not even sure if they've all been identified.
Okay.
But I will pass on what we've solidified in terms of the locations and where we're still looking.
All right. And for excited EV drivers, when can I say all 8 sites will be completed?
I'm hopeful that we will have within the next few months, locations and installations completed.
Okay. Let me switch to streeteries now. So in December, the council approved emergency legislation working on public space committee and exemptions for DDOT's process for streeteries. Have the streetery regulations been finalized yet?
So as you know, the streetery guidelines have been adopted, and that's really what's driving this process now, where we're finalizing the permit applications. We had our dedicated public space committee meeting, was it last week? And we had, I think we have 16 applicants that were approved with some conditions and need to come back. We have a number of other applicants who just were able to get approved administratively because they are meeting all of the guidelines. And we've been working with, there have been about 38 recently restaurants who have decided to close down, and we're helping them remove debris. So moving the 94 applications over the finish line, removing the debris for those that aren't interested and have told us so. And then we have about 31 left that are non-compliant streeteries that don't have an application submitted, that are now where we're concentrating our enforcement efforts to make sure they get removed.
Okay. And does enforcement efforts look like they've been cited and fined? Or is enforcement going out to them and saying you're non-compliant, you have to take an action? In other words, have we had any businesses that have been fined yet?
So 11 were issued a warning of infraction. The warning will give them 1 week to clear their streetery. After a week, they're given a stop work order, which is basically a warning that you've got 24 hours to comply. And then after that, they get the notice of infraction, which is a $500 fine, could be daily until it gets removed. I know we've issued 11 warning of infraction. I don't think we've started any fines yet. And I will say, it's every one of these are, there's a case by case issue. I mean, some of them have just been abandoned. And so, we're sensitive about the property owner who wasn't the lessor who had the restaurant, fining them for it. It wasn't their mess to clean up. So we're working through them, but anyway,
So warnings have been issued, but no
fines, not yet,
Okay.
but that is imminent because again, the warning, they'll have a week to do it. And then the stop work order is 24 hours. So it'll be in the next week or two that the fines would start.
Okay. And when you talk about the Public Space Committee, the meeting last week, so you said 16 were approved. How many restaurants received an exception? Like were all 16 of those completely to the T within the regulations, or those were asking for exceptions?
So, sorry, those were all approved with conditions, but they had some non-standard request that was approved.
Okay. When I hear the word condition, am I hearing some type of exception was a part of that?
Right. Or I would say the approval was with condition, but the conditions were not always meet the vanilla guidelines. They still had some other things to shore up, but it
Okay.
didn't necessarily mean that they were 100% within the guidelines.
Got it. All right. And then back to the regulations. So while the guidelines have been out, have the regulations been finalized?
So we should have the approval resolution sent hopefully in the next few weeks. And then once approved, we would officially publish them. And I think you're familiar with, actually, it has been sent. You have the approval resolution, you being council. I don't know if you've gotten them yet. Yes. So anyway, the next steps, as you know, then would be to officially publish them. And I think you're familiar with the changes that we've adopted based on a lot of your input and your colleagues' input. So the changes now where the public space rental fee is now $15 instead of $20, and some of the other requirements that the Public Space Committee is now able to approve.
Got it. Okay. We just checked LIMS and I don't think we have it yet. It could be that it's just coming from OPLA to the council. Again, we'll keep an eye out for that and work with you and your team on it. Okay. That's
Sounds
to hear.
good.
All right. Different topic here. What is the status of our Railroad Advisory Board? This was constituted 8 years after it was authorized. Do we have our board members? Have they been appointed? Do we have any appointees for this yet?
We've had a meeting, probably in the past month. I think 7 of the 9 members have been identified and appointed.
They have been
and,
appointed.
I think you have 2, the council appoints. I don't know if those have been appointed yet. But as you know, it's, primarily a sort of safety related, entity. So while DDOT is a member, I think the leadership is with the DOEE.
Okay.
And yes, had 1 meeting, and I think we need to add the last 2 members.
Got it. All right. Good to hear. Thank you. For our urban, I don't want to leave our urban foresters out. So for our urban forestry, the council held its first vote on the Tree Preservation Enhancement Amendment Act of 2025. I appreciate the collaboration with DDOT and with Casey Trees and many others to work on that legislation. One of the questions that I feel like does come up from time to time is we'll get a question around how do we define a hazardous tree? And specifically what they're talking about is a tree where the roots are impacting sidewalks enough to make them non-compliant with ADA. And The current definition of hazardous tree includes any tree that, quote, poses a high risk of failure or fracture with the potential to cause injury to people or damage to property and should be removed, or is causing damage to property or structures that cannot be mitigated in any manner other than removal of the tree, end quote. So it feels to me that like if our urban foresters come out and assess it under that definition, if a tree is incompatible with a sidewalk that can't meet ADA standards, that might meet the definition of hazardous tree. Is that something that you and urban forestry have wrestled with in those type of circumstances where a tree is just in close proximity to a sidewalk, is creating damage to that sidewalk? We have a whole toolbox of mitigation tools to help think about how to keep the tree and make sure we have an accessible sidewalk. But are there any definitions around that or examples where it can't meet ADA?
It is, yes, we struggle with this. I think that was your early question. So a hazardous tree in terms of being removed is usually when it's creating some, imminent danger. The tree is dying, diseased, and is at risk of falling. There are many trees that will create sidewalk anomalies because of their roots. And we do our best to use, the PFP, the flexible pavers that can be, have some lumps that go over it. I mean, our goal is to try to do what we can to preserve the tree and to make sidewalks passable. And there's no clear definition for, we really do look at it on a case-by-case basis. And again, try our best to preserve the tree where we can. A tree that is damaging a sidewalk in and of itself is not reason to remove the tree. But there are times when, depending on, this is very rare, but if it's a highly used sidewalk, highly trafficked, and the anomalies are so great that it would be impossible to get a wheelchair or a stroller over it. We look, and again, really try to preserve where we can. I know Rhode Island Avenue, we have a couple of streets that have very narrow sidewalks. North Capitol's another one. I know this came up a few years ago, and as it turned out on Rhode Island Avenue, a lot of the trees were diseased and dying, which is not a good thing, but it actually made that decision easier. And we did remove a number of heritage trees because they were failing. But
Well, they met the definition of a hazardous tree.
exactly.
Okay, all right. Taking a step back on kind of from an agency perspective, throughout the day today, we've talked about a couple different examples where last year's congressional interference and freeze on funding had an absolute impact on DDOT's operations. In particular, being able to hire, but also to execute. So we talked about the development of the AV report, for example. We've talked about the implementation of the Plaza Act. We've talked about some other permitting processes because there was because of the congressional action triggering essentially a hiring freeze within the agency and across a good chunk of the government. What is the status of the hiring freeze today for the department?
And as you've been made aware, DDOT has had its own unique budget challenges. So while the congressional concern really was a FY25 issue for us, our budget freeze has continued on the operating budget in FY26. And that's due to a number of unique to DDOT issues that include a number of federally funded functions. We were told about a year ago that those could no longer use federal funds. We had to shift them to our local budget. There's some other elements. Again, it's sort of complicated, but DDOT continues to have a freeze on its operating positions. We have some relief on capital and federal funded positions, so we've been able to hire those. But otherwise, I think we've gotten a handful through, but it's really been sort of backfilling senior leadership roles like our public Base and Regulations Division Associate Director. So it is a negotiation. OCFO is very concerned with us overspending or being in the red. And so we negotiate with them where we can, but it's been very slow and very challenging. And we have teams that are very constrained because of it.
Yeah. And we've hinted, obviously, that the response to the snowstorm also has a huge fiscal impact on the district. And you mentioned having some trade-offs and decisions around continued spending. Are the funds that DDOT had to expend for contractors and other work, are those reimbursable? Are they coming from the contingency fund, or are you having to go within your own operating budget, which already apparently has a hiring freeze, to continue to pay that?
I believe the majority of the funds will come from the contingency cash and not from our budget. I am hopeful that includes overtime, but I'm not sure because we had a lot of overtime. We had staff working 12-hour shifts, 24-hour days for, more than a week.
Days on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would agree that's exactly what contingency cash and fund is for. When will a determination be made about that?
I probably just, I need to talk to the CA's office.
Okay. And from a standpoint of how much that storm actually cost DDOT, for example, what is the price tag?
I don't think the final tally has come through, and we are consolidating costs. DPW actually manages the contracts, even if it's contracts that we, like the NHS contracts that are really led by our team. So I don't have a full picture yet, but it may be significant.
Okay. It's definitely going to be significant. So we need to figure out what that price tag looks like. All right. I think that I have run through. All right. I think I've run through my questions. Obviously, my colleagues asked a lot of good questions along the way. I think Councilor Parker had asked about Met Branch Trail, was on my list as well, but I think you answered the updates on that as well. So I think I don't have any further questions for today. I know that we can follow up with you and your team. There's a few items here where we'd asked for some information and your team was going to get back to us. We made a couple of notes. I'm sure your team took some notes. So we'll make sure we compare our notes and make sure they're on the same page. And a lot of this, of course, is going to be things we come back to and revisit in the near future, as well as we head into the budget. But I don't have any further questions at this time, and we'll follow up in writing if we have additional ones as well. So this is going to conclude the committee's performance oversight hearing for the District Department of Transportation. Again, I want to thank all of our government witnesses for their testimony. I want to thank all of our public witnesses that came out and testified and have been advocating in the hearings in advance of today as well. The next meeting of this committee is going to be on Friday, February 20th. That's in 2 days. The committee will hold the public witness portion of its performance oversight hearing on the Department of Energy and the Environment, the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, the Green Finance Authority, and the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency. We are already at 99 registered witnesses, so it's going to be a long day. Be a long day on Friday, but there being no further business before the committee. The time is now 1:31 p.m. and this performance oversight hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you.